It's another Anark live stream. And if you're listening to this right now, you're probably listening to the VOD because I literally just opened the live stream. However, now it is time to get more people into the room. Why, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Anark live stream. This is how I'm going to talk all day long. Here at the Anark live stream, we are proud to announce that we are anarchists. I don't know. That was a pretty lame punchline, but psychedelic communism. I mean, I could make this even more psychedelic. Let's do this. Ooh, yeah, we're getting more psychedelic now. Okay, what if I also over here do this? It just faded off. Oh, well, that wasn't nearly as cool as I was hoping for. I think I did it right there. I think that was it right there. Anyway. Yeah, there was only supposed to be one live stream per month. However, I was not able to produce the Liberation in Action video yesterday. There was a bunch of interruptions that prevented me from getting it done. So instead of releasing nothing this Friday, I decided I'd give y'all an extra live stream this month. However, it sucks because all the bullet points and everything for the next Liberation in Action were complete. They were done. They were ready to go. It's just I was interrupted in the process. Yeah, I'll just call this one the Psychedelic stream. I mean, damn, I got the mushroom shirt on. I got the lights going. I don't know really what's psychedelic about it, but it's got vibes. And so that's what we're going to do. Jacob, that is awesome to hear. You say, loved your video on Rojava. Currently writing a uni essay that was inspired by your video. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Is that shirt from Psyched Substance? I don't know. I don't even remember where I got it at this point, but I appreciate it. This is my legendary Anarcho Fungust shirt. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Generally, I would be doing org stuff today, so I'm like multitasking. I'm sorry if this is boring for any of y'all when I kind of daze out, but I appreciate you all attending. Yeah, it's funny. I've had numerous people note, it's like, we can hear your Discord notifications, and I straight up don't know how to make it to where y'all can't hear my Discord notifications. I don't know. I don't know how to make it stop. It seems like you can hear all of the sounds that come through my computer. Make org streams real. Yeah, well, today we're basically arranging for the work day that will be taking place out at Flat Rock, which is 2.5 acres that Cooperation Tulsa owns, and we are cultivating it. We are trying to use indigenous farming techniques and permaculture in order to restore the ecology out there. When Flat Rock was donated to us, it was actually a dumping site. It had huge piles of all kinds of like housing materials and just trash that people had left there, dumpsters that had just been turned over there on the land. And it took us several months, almost a year, to get that fully cleaned up. And the land is only now starting to recover. We are now beginning to, we have like installed above ground garden beds and bought soil for it. And we are going to begin planting this Saturday. We are also this Saturday, or I should say tomorrow, going to be installing a drip irrigation system for what's taking place out there on the land. And at the same time, we're probably going to begin remediating some portions of the soil with mustard greens, because unfortunately it is a pretty old piece of land. It used to have a house on it, and so much has been dumped on that land that there is a lead contamination in the soil. And so as we understand it, mustard greens are going to help us remediate the soil. Mycoremediation is definitely something we had considered. However, the thing we ran into was that we weren't sure how to kind of keep it within bounds. You know, rhizomatic things don't like to stay within bounds, and we don't want like maybe the whole piece of land all covered in this particular fungus. We'd really like if just, you know, specific portions are remediated at one time, where we can just be like, oh, this portion remediated, now we can start planting in it. And so the thing about mycoremediation is making sure that it stays within the bounds of what you're trying to remediate. And that's what we've struggled with so far. We haven't started because we don't know what to do about that. Well, Melanie, I just read back a little bit that you work in mycology. If you have any useful information that you could possibly impart to us about how to do more effective mycoremediation, we would definitely be interested. It's something we've discussed extensively. We have read that there are several funguses that can be used to remediate lead in soil. If you have any recommendations, that would be enormously helpful. Feel free to just reach out to me anywhere. Yeah, sounds like this is going to be the fungus stream. Yeah, yeah. It says psychedelic live stream. However, you know, not very much psychedelic stuff going on here. I mean, I guess I could get high, right? Oh, that's, I mean, this is not drugs. I wouldn't do drugs. That's a bad example for the children. Yeah, that'll work. Demon Prince says, hey, Anark, how do you deal with when you're in love so much it becomes a physical burden? Happily shoulder the physical burden. Fall into it, because that feeling doesn't always last forever, and you should just be happy that you get to experience it at all. There you go. Arga, thank you. That's such a simple solution. Oh, all I do. Wow, that's it. Okay, well, let's hope that works. I assume that y'all are still getting my audio right now. Drunk stream. Unfortunately, I have a responsible thing I have to do here in a few hours, so today I can't drink on stream. The cats are being goblins right now. Barry Gank, I don't know how to say that. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm pro Rojava. I'm a libertarian socialist, so naturally I'm going to support Rojava. But as they said, I have a video on Rojava as well, so. Orion says, leaded gasoline, the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, I mean, one can only assume that it probably is some leftover from leaded gasoline. It is right beside a street. However, it probably also comes from the fact that there was a really old house there, and, you know, the paint that they used to paint houses with was all leaded. So as it flakes off and as the house gets destroyed and as all that dust settles around the land, then that lead is going to soak into the soil. Also, it was a dumping site for a bunch of housing materials. There was like literally 6 or 7 enormous like dump truck size loads of housing materials that had been dumped there. And so who knows how much lead that all left in the ground as well. But yeah, I know we've tested the soil, and several parts of the soil did indeed test positive for lead. So mustard greens are our attempt to deal with that, because we're simultaneously having to deal with Bermuda grass. And so creating some ground cover might be good to suppress the Bermuda grass as well. Bernard Berari says, hey, Anark, I would like to publish a paper that uses your model from A Modern Anarchism Part 2, the synthesis of freedom, equality, solidarity, unique, and ownness. Thoughts on your work being cited or incorporated? I wholeheartedly support my work being cited and incorporated into other people's work. A big part of producing theory like I do is hoping that it catches on, that more people adopt this orientation, that they take the lessons that I have been teaching within the work that I've produced, and they bring them into the world and they apply them. Furthermore, that other theorists will look at the work that I have provided, that I've produced, and will be able to take the principles, the toolbox that I've developed, and utilize it as a you know, an array of theoretical tools that they use to inspect things as well. I would also, of course, note that if you're going to use that particular portion of freedom, equality, solidarity, unique, and ownness, that you take into account that each of these definitely coordinate with concepts within complex systems analysis, which gives you a wide array of resources to go pull from. You know, if you want to understand what freedom means in my work, you can study degrees of freedom in physics. If you want to understand what equality means in my work, you can understand it as being the equality of structural power or access to structural power. If you want to understand what solidarity means in my work, it means cooperative bonds between nodes. If you want to understand what the unique is, those are all of the unique nodes of the system being considered, along with the features of those nodes, which are unique to them, just as the name might suggest. And then if you're talking about ownness, we're talking about extent of the ability of this thing to be able to affect the world around it, of each node to interact with surrounding nodes. So it has like strong mappings into complex systems analysis as well. So yeah, I think that part would probably be very helpful for understanding and modeling political systems. Platform Radio asks, do you support trade unions, Anark? Personally, I like the idea of one big union like the IWW, but I believe many unions can be considered a capitalist institution since they often coerce workers. Yeah, I support horizontal trade unions. That is to say, anarcho-syndicalism, yes. Syndicalism, maybe, depending, right? So I think that trade unions are generally a net positive in society. However, I think that hierarchical unions can often cause a great deal of harm and can act as forces of recuperation and suppression of the masses. So I think we have to be careful in that sense. Juan On, any tips on how to resist the militarization of one's country? Well, I got to be honest, I'm in a country where we haven't resisted it particularly well, so I can't pretend that I have the solutions, given that, we're not a great demonstration of how to do it successfully. But it seems that in almost every example I know of, it has involved mass protests. It also seems like it probably is going to have something to do with like getting more people to dodge the draft, getting more people not to contribute to the military industrial complex, probably boycotting or, suffocating the military industrial complex such that it can't expand and get more power in government. But yeah, the truth is that there are very few examples of an anti-militarization campaign that actually appears to have stopped the process of militarization taking place within their country. This is something that when a government has decided it's going to do, there's usually very little that can be done by the people to stop them from doing so. Because in fact, the development of a military apparatus within a country is also intended to suppress the masses from doing those very things that I just listed. So it then ends up being a training ground for them to use those very tactics of militarization upon their own people, which was their intention to begin with, to use those military apparatus both domestically and abroad. Hammersaw asks, do you have any materials understandable to the ignorant masses? We need hard-hitting one-liners that punch through the core of hierarchy. I will say that I, on this channel, don't really produce what you might call popular education or mass propaganda. I instead mostly produce theory. However, if I were to say there's one piece of theory that I've written that I think probably is very well suited to be turned into a pamphlet and could then, it kind of has like these poetic lines in it that you might be able to utilize, it'd probably be power. So if you're trying to spread a video around, power is probably a good one. If you're trying to, if you go to Anarchist Library, you can find a version of power that is in a, it's made to be printed as a pamphlet. That would probably be a good one. I do have to say, though, the one that I think that might be most informative for lots and lots of normal people is not necessarily the one that's like the most eloquent, and that is constructing the revolution. I think constructing the revolution gives a lot of people an idea of what we have to do in order to struggle successfully. And it's actually written at a very introductory level. It's probably one of the most introductory works I've ever produced. Ariel Feltz says, yo, Anark, your videos and others like them led me to BookChin. I've gotten involved in my local transit riders union, and getting involved in real democracy and seeing real gains has been inspiring. I'm so glad to hear that. These are some of the highest compliments I could receive as somebody who does what I do. The two highest compliments I guess I could receive, I've received today, and that is I intend to utilize your theoretical works and my own theoretical works, and your works have inspired me to go into the world and act. Those are the two things that I hope to achieve with this channel. I want to educate people about theory, and then hopefully propagate the use of that theory as a way to understand the world and to then write further theory, as well as to motivate people to action in order to change conditions. Those are absolutely the two things that I aim for on this channel. Platform Radio says, syndicalism can be authoritarian and statist. Anarcho-syndicalism isn't. Yeah, exactly. That's why I made that caveat there. Just syndicalism can be co-opted in a variety of different ways. In fact, a lot of just syndicalists without the anarcho part in Italy became fascists in Italy. However, there are movements that just call themselves syndicalist and don't include that anarcho part on the name, and yet end up being very anarchic. They'd end up doing kind of an anarcho-syndicalist praxis nonetheless, even if they don't call it anarcho-syndicalist. So it's really situational. That word syndicalism has been used in a wide variety of different ways. And so you have to be kind of careful when you find some movement or person that was called syndicalist or syndicalism, as the case may be. That could mean all kinds of different things depending on the context. Salim Bujima, I hope I said that right. I really gave it my all. Says, probably a stupid question you've been asked before, but how do you turn other people to anarchism? Authoritarian leftists, centrists, conservatives, etc. Is it even ethical? Actually, I do definitely think it's ethical. In fact, to have it in a more ethical world, we need to turn more people towards anti-hierarchy. So absolutely. And I have produced videos that are kind of meant to answer that question. Insofar as broadly talking with people, I have one that's called Convincing People. And then I have one that's called Talking about Anarchism with Normies. I have one that's called Listen Conservative. I have one that's called Listen Liberal. They're all kind of aimed at this question about how to convince people, how to approach people with different kind of mindsets. I think one of the things that I'll say right now, insofar as that I'm summarizing, is that you want to always meet people where they are at. Okay, so you want to figure out what a person already believes when you talk with them. You don't want to assume they already agree with you. And you need to be prepared for the fact that if you actually find out where they're not where you're at, and they might really believe some very harmful and dangerous things. And you need to be prepared to have a discussion with them where you work through those harmful and dangerous things, and that you are not necessarily attacking them, but you are giving them what's needed for them to change their mind, for them to transform their conception. However, I do want to note that the method that I think has the most success is not changing somebody's mind all at once through a rigorous system of argumentation on the spot. That generally doesn't even happen. I can think of very few examples, maybe one or two max, in my entire life where I've just convinced someone of the entire argument all at once. That is incredibly rare for anything, for any argument. Instead, what I've found is that it's better to plant seeds. Find those places where they're already experiencing doubt, where they're already kind of anti-hierarchical. And then after you've found those places, you should slowly work to increase the number of relations where they have that perspective. Oh, you recognize authoritarianism is bad in government? Well, did you notice that all of those things you don't like about authoritarianism in government also take place here and here and here and here? Because if you can do that, you can start to expand that anarchic understanding of the world, and you can start to give them this more sophisticated analysis for understanding how power works around them. I think that's generally a good point to discuss, is what power is. The ability of people to enact their wills. and to understand that there's all kinds of different power. There's good power, there's bad power, there's horizontal, there's hierarchical, there's power that is exploitative and parasitic, there's power that's cooperative and symbiotic, and that we are trying to build horizontal power structures, not like power structures of a hierarchy. You're going to find for the average person that just gets you into discussion what hierarchy is. So then you need to be educated enough to have a sophisticated discussion with them about these concepts of monopolization of power, domination over others, use of coercive violence, threat, and things like that. So once you are able to handle those topics well, you also want to be able to talk with people at their level, you know? So there's a lot that goes into it, but really is just something you get better at doing through repetition. And I know that's not a satisfying answer, but that's honestly the answer to getting good at everything in life. So. Go Revolution says, weed just got partially legalized in Germany. Any thoughts on the use of the growing communities, cannabis social clubs, in building actionable movements? I would say any time that a new space has opened up, wherein, you know, there's a new kind of, you know, mode of being which has been legalized, or the restrictiveness and authoritarianism of the state has been sort of peeled back, those are generally going to be communities full of excited people who are able to see a little bit further than the horizon. And that's good. So you probably could get a lot done trying to integrate those communities and find those radicals. But I do want to say that cannabis growing attracts all kinds of people, because all kinds of people love weed. And I learned this because I was an organizer for what was called Oklahomans for Health, which was a 501c3 where we were trying to legalize medical marijuana in the state of Oklahoma, and we were successful. And we essentially did a ballot campaign where we got a huge number of signatures. We put a measure on the ballot, and the measure passed in the subsequent cycle, not on that first cycle, but on the second cycle. And so that's why we have medical marijuana in the state of Oklahoma. But when I would talk with people about it, I found there were people all across the spectrum of every single political ideology that were in favor of legalizing the growth and usage of marijuana. And I suspect that's going to be true everywhere. So you got to be careful, because you're going to find that there are ANCAPs and fascists and conservatives and liberals and anarchists and communists and everything in between in those spaces. However, it might be good to go there to find people who are anarchists. I mean, for example, if you had joined Oklahomans for Health, you might have met me, and I'm an anarchist, right? So yeah, I mean, those could be very valuable avenues for what we call social insertion in especificismo. Pranav Priyadarshi asks, do you believe in free will? No, I do not. I think that insofar as that the universe is governed on cause and effect, there's really no room for free will. Because free will means doing otherwise than all conditions would dictate, and everything in the universe does only as conditions dictate. That does not mean, of course, that you know, there's no range of possibility for steering. You know, the way I always describe it is like this, right? Just because a car cannot fly doesn't mean that it cannot steer in a particular configuration or range of possible directions, right? Like, it's not on rails. A car is not on rails. You know, you could steer all the way to the left, you could steer all the way to the right, you could reverse, right? You could do each of those things. But I think crucially, what the determinist viewpoint is trying to point out is that you will ultimately only choose one of those things. You don't know what it is because you can't see the future. So you have the sensation of always choosing, but you're only going to end up choosing one of those things. For some people, this is very discouraging, but I don't find it discouraging at all. I just find it almost kind of irrelevant to my daily function. It doesn't make any difference as to how I act, other than perhaps I'm more aware of how the things that have come before are dictating the way I act now. And in a way, it almost helps me make decisions more freed from those previous conditions, recognizing how those previous conditions have set me up to be where I am. But at the end of the day, I recognize that everything that is me and everything around me, it all culminates together to come out to the decisions that I make and the actions I carry out. But I consider this debate to be mostly philosophical and having very little relevance to politics. Platform Radio says, yo, Anark Materialist Arc. That's an arc I've been on for 22 years. I'm a strict physicalist. I do not believe in anything other than the physical universe, and I believe strictly in cause and effect. I got a bachelor's in physics to give you an idea of where my mind is at on these topics. Rafael Lalaberte says, not a question, but I just wanted to say thank you for your work. I love the new series. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of really good feedback about liberation and action. However, it's kind of funny because it's not doing well. It's actually doing worse than like stream clips that I release, which really demonstrates the absurdity of YouTube. But yeah, no, liberation and action, those videos are not doing well in the algorithm, not getting a whole lot of views, but the people that do watch them seem to really, really enjoy them. So very glad to hear it. And I do think they're important videos, so I'm going to keep doing them regardless of, you know, whether they do well in the algorithm, you know. Like, even if we're talking about my sort of a profit incentive, like being, you know, motivated by doing something that makes money, I don't make like any money off of ads on YouTube anyway. I make my money on Patreon. So that's another thing I just want to say is that y'all becoming my patrons on Patreon means that I have sort of an independent, creative stream of income that is not fixed to the YouTube algorithm. And it means that I can just produce work that I think is important and valuable, even if I don't know how many views it's going to get, even if I don't know how well it's going to do in the algorithm and all that. I don't have to care about that because y'all are telling me, no, the work you're doing is important broadly, and we want to give you money to do that work. So if that's the way you feel about the channel, please do become a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Anark, and it's down there in the description, because this is what it leads to. It leads to me being able to do series like Liberation and Action. Because the truth is that if I were just seeking YouTube ad revenue, then the algorithm would essentially right now be telling me to not do the Liberation and Action videos. That is what the algorithm is telling me right now. And I should note, it's also what my viewership is telling me, because I'm getting fewer recurring regular viewers watching the Liberation and Action videos. But I continue doing them because I think they're important, because I think that there are a significant number of people for which those videos are very important, and giving them examples of real life horizontal power structures taking place. Prefiguration is not a fantasy. It is taking place now. And I think that's really important for people. So I continue to produce them, and I'm really glad you've been enjoying the series. Random Bird Boy says, thing is, it doing good in the algorithm means you spread your theory and thought better. I would actually tend to agree. But if excuse me, if the reason it's not doing well in the algorithm is because of the content itself, like the thing I'm discussing, then there's not much I'm going to be able to do. Part of it is that, you know, the words that are in the titles, like Zapatista, Kiki Sosola, you know, especially those, and other names of a lot of these projects, though they barely have any content on YouTube about those. So there isn't going to be almost any correlational data in the algorithm about those names, about those words and other kinds of words and phrases that might be attached to them. And therefore there isn't like an audience that is ready to be served up more material about Kekasasola, right? Like, that's one of the issues, I think. That being said, I would generally agree with you that I want the videos I produce to get out to more people, because the more people that get out to, the more people who might be affected by the positions and arguments that I've made. Tycon says, hey, Anark, I don't know if you saw this in particular, but the YouTuber President Sunday made a video critical of your The Problems with the Marxist Definition of the State, if you saw it in any comments. Yeah, I think I saw somebody mention something about it, but I don't really consider that video very important. That video is a clip from a live stream, and it really begins with me just criticizing Marx, but then I quickly just wander off into talking about what the wider perspective on the state is by actual, like, Marxists in the real world. And Marxists are bound to disagree with those characterizations when I make them. However, they are surrounded by people, by Marxists, who actually do believe these more pop Marxist understandings of the state and a variety of other topics. And so what I always say in these situations is that you should probably look around you to other quote unquote Marxists and turn those criticisms to people that you are surrounded with, because you are surrounded with people that have these vulgarized understandings of all of these topics. I mean, you can get upset with me for presenting those vulgarized, popularized conceptions, but unfortunately, that's not really my fault. It's the fault of Marxist spaces for spreading those vulgarized conceptions and not pushing back in their own spaces against those false conceptions. That being said, I don't care if anybody criticizes one of those stream clips. The stream clips are just me firing off the cuff from live streams. So they're not like videos which had like some writing process where I wrote out a series of arguments and was like, okay, so how am I going to structure my discussion of the state under Marxism? You know, like, how should I characterize the split between Marx and Lenin and Mao on the state and the meaning of the state? How does the state, the definition of the state differ between Marx and Engels, for example, based on not only their works, but their personal correspondence? That's something I could do. Everything I just said there is relevant to a discussion about the Marxist conception of the state and the definition of the state. However, that's not what that video was about. That video is about like the sort of vulgarized, popular Marxist conception of the state. And this is a weird thing I've noticed, actually, is that Marxists like to talk abstractly about what their theory says. Like, for example, that they believe one day the state will just wither away, right? And that there will be a stateless society wherein, you know, there's no domination and the administration of society is carried out by free association of producers and so on. I mean, I know I was much more of a Marxist at one point, so I remember all of these arguments. However, in practice, when you actually look at the substance of their arguments, you actually look at the way that they argue for the state, the way they argue for hierarchy in a broader sense, the arguments they're making are totalizing arguments. These are not specific arguments about, oh, this is needed now within bourgeois society, or this is just the way it has to be because we're under capitalism. And then one day when the state fades away, we won't need these mechanisms. That's not how 99% of Marxists make arguments about these topics. When they talk about the state, when they talk about hierarchy, they make absolutizing arguments that if they really believed most of the arguments they're making, they would always believe those arguments. Those arguments would always be the case. And, you know, like read On Authority. Engel's arguments in On Authority are absolutizing arguments. These are not arguments about like why authority and hierarchy are necessary just under in bourgeois society. These are arguments about why authority, authoritarianism, concentration of power, and hierarchy would always be necessary. If you take Engel's arguments seriously, these would always be arguments. You'd be able to make these even in the occasion that we had begun to, we had eliminated class distinctions under capitalism and so on. Even under those conditions, the arguments of Engels would apply as justifications for state apparatuses. The use of bureaucratic forms of hierarchical administration, which is what the state actually is, by the way. The state is that body by which the masses are alienated from control over the civic functions of society. That's what the state actually is, as a fact of the matter, when you look at it as a historical body. If you just identify the features that characterize it, that's what it is. It is not when one class oppresses another class. That's silliness. You know, under that condition, then there was a state in Russia well before there was any production of a state, because the trade unions and the workers' councils had confederated together along with militias in order to suppress the bourgeois. And that was a state instantaneously. This isn't a sensical understanding of what the state is, has no grounding in history either. Also, I didn't really go in depth in that other video, but the absurdity, and this is where you get into this tangled web when you deal with, for example, indigenous societies, which I, of course, didn't really wade into in that little video clip, is that those societies are in a process of suppressing other classes that arise in society. I mean, for example, in indigenous societies, a lot of the time they created formal mechanisms by which they humiliated people who were in leadership positions because they wanted to keep them humble. They wanted to make sure that they were subverted to the control of the people. So is the leader a class? Are those leaders that they were humiliating more broadly, are those a class? And because they do in fact have a particular relation to the means of production, a unique relation to the means of production. And if there were more than one of those leaders, which sometimes there were, so were the people in doing that, was that a state? But wait a second. I thought we agreed that these primitive communist societies were also stateless, you know. And for example, if you consider the lumpen proletariat to be a class, well, guess what? There's always been a lumpen proletariat. There's always been people in every single society who steal and harm others and, you know, varieties of that, right? There's always been these people who take this more like warrior bandit approach. It's always been a problem. And it led to conflict all the way back into the fossil record as far as we can see. When we create a body together to defend ourselves against that, because this is kind of the lumpen proles here, to defend ourselves against the lumpen proles, is that a state just by nature of the fact that we created a body to defend against these lumpen proletariat? Because once again, they do indeed, these warrior bandits do indeed have a unique relation to the means of production. Okay, this is not just an abstraction. This is back to the materialist analysis we're supposed to continually return to figure everything out. Okay, the lumpen proletariat does indeed have a unique connection, and by here, the lumpen proletariat, I'm referring to like these warrior bandits, right? They do indeed have a unique connection to the means of production, which is to say they are parasitic of them. They don't tend the field. They don't produce anything. They just steal shit, right? Well, when we band together, or when people band together in these societies in order to defend themselves from these warrior bandits, is that a state? Okay, here we are. We've returned to precisely what I said. If indeed you think that's what the state is, you believe there has always been a state. And in fact, because we will always deal with these problems of suppressing these classes of people who are going to be exploiters, or rather we're always going to have people and individuals who are going to be exploiters, we're always going to need some way to defend ourselves from exploitative people. And these groups of people can indeed build up into entire classes and subclasses of people within society. So the thing is I'm just really pointing out that the definition defrays completely as soon as you actually start putting it into application. And part of the reason why I suspect that this went without being noticed for so long was that the understanding of primitive communism, quote unquote, was that it was largely peaceful and that these societies were all horizontal communal societies where there was not a whole lot of conflict. They had this sort of Rousseauian understanding. However, our scholarship in the last 150 years since then, since De Morgan, has suggested that it was just extremely complex. There were all kinds of tribes. Some of them were stratified, some of them were not. There were, all within the tribes, you had different clans that were sometimes different. There were, groups that were not even clearly affiliated, that were, like we said, sort of roving, more warrior orientations. There was nomadic tribes and nomadic peoples alongside peoples who had done settled agricultural production. There were people who did half and half, one half part of the year. Things are very complicated when you actually look at the record. So these simplifications, this oversimplified definition of the state that the Marxists use does not do well when you actually put it into application in reality. We can see especially that it falls to pieces as soon as it's put into application in the existence of real states, which they try to use their analysis about, the state representing a particular class and so on, in order to then model what the state should do given this relation that they claim it has to the means of production in a particular class that is related to the means of production in that way. And in practice, it doesn't produce the outcomes they claim it will. It does not produce a state which then is in orientation to the class interests of the proletarian. It just produces a regular old capitalist state. It doesn't, these proletarian states are just regular old capitalist states with a lot of nationalization, right? So what I should have said in the original clip, I suppose, is that, but it was a clip. I didn't think that so many people were going to try to pounce on it in order to look smart. But I know all of the things I've seen people say about it. I haven't seen the President Sunday video, but I doubt he says anything that I haven't already seen. Because, once again, this is the context of that video, I understand how Marxists think about the state and what classes are, and it's the orientation of the state to classes and so on. I just also didn't think people were going to take a little live stream clip that seriously. It's fine though. I kind of brought it on myself. I'm not really angry about it. The reason I'm not lashing out at anybody in response is because I named the video the problems with the Marxist conception of the state, right? And what I've renamed it now, kind of recognizing that I stepped on my own foot, is the problem with the pop Marxist understanding of the state. And so the video has been renamed precisely for that reason. I think people made criticisms of the video that were not really appropriate to what the video was. That's what I'll say. One Unknown says, hey, Anark, how do I counter you with trolls in my subreddit to distinguish the difference between authoritarianism and democracy? I know they're just bad actors, but they're getting under my skin. Well, a lot of the work I've produced answers that question. I would really recommend that you watch my videos Power, the video essay, and then watch A Modern Anarchism, parts 1 and 2 at least, to answer that question. But then you could also watch part 4 or part 3. And when it's released, part 4 will also provide more understanding of how organizations function and how different distributions of power work. So I would say you're probably going to need to dive in a little bit deeper than like one of my Anark Abridged videos or one of these clips or one of these live streams. Probably want to read a little more deeply into the theory I've written, which will give you an understanding of the anarchist perspective on these things. Oh, I was like, we have 126 people in here, and yet the chat is not bumping. And then I realized I was on top chat, not live chat. Well, there we go. Emil Irizarry says, isn't Sunday also an anarchist, though, or at least a libertarian Marxist? You two should talk someday. I'm sure there's a productive conversation to be had. Yeah, that's fine. I'm open to that. I have no idea what President Sunday's political position is. Knowledge and Defense says, is there some merit to the claim that central planning is needed for rapid industrialization in order to compete with Western capitalism, seeing as Rojava and the EZLN are taking things slow? I don't think so. No, I don't. But I will say, if you are going to try to industrialize, you have to deliberately go to work industrializing. So like, I think what centralization does is it creates a central power that can make that decision contrary to the desires or wishes of the masses of people who maybe don't want to undergo the rapid industrialization that the central power thinks is necessary. And therefore, if they were just like given power, then they probably would not make that decision. And they wouldn't choose to approach it like those central powers would. So with that in mind, the central power is good at overriding the will of the masses who probably don't want to do a lot of the things that it does. However, if what you get is mass like approval for industrialization, then decentralized planning could just as well do, industrialization, could carry out industrialization. So, aw, kitty baby, I see you there. She just wants to come hang out. She's hanging out with us right now. Morticia, she's so cute. Kitty's name is Morticia, and there's another black cat here named Gomez. Amir Miraldeli says, advice for an anarchist in the Middle East: how do I stay alive while preaching libertarian thoughts? Well, I would suggest if you're in a conservative area, which as I understand it can be kind of variable in the Middle East, but if you're in an area where you think that there's going to be like kind of severe pushback for that, I would just advocate for those ideas more abstractly first, kind of like what I was discussing earlier about meeting people where they're at. So you first want to find the ways that they are already anti-authoritarian, and then you want to essentially find how those principles of the system that they despise, that is authoritarian, how those principles apply elsewhere, and then lead them through that chain of logic so that they can see the parallels. And you don't need to get them to agree to everything all at once. Just kind of slowly plant those seeds. Now, if you feel like you're also going to be at risk of being harmed if you are out in the open, then probably just don't identify openly as like an anarchist. Call yourself like a libertarian socialist or something. Or if that phrase is a no-go, then you could also just determine one particular tendency you identify with. For example, I think probably it would be safer than many other things to call yourself a democratic confederalist in the Middle East, mostly because of what's taking place in Rojava. So people might have some kind of touchstone for that. But yeah, I think that would be my general approach. Other than that, I would try to find the anarchists that are already there, if there's some way for you to locate them. And you'd be shocked. Anarchists are pretty much everywhere. Michael Shin says, are your views representative of anarchism in general, or do you represent a more specific strain? I think it's kind of a mixture. I would say that a modern anarchism really is the place where I lay out the answer to this question. What I do is I discuss what I think are the broadest commonalities that all anarchists agree on, and then I hone in on what I think my specific strain is within that milieu of anarchists. Which is to say, some of what I present absolutely is universal to all anarchists, and that is to say opposition to domination and hierarchies of power and privilege. That is universal to all anarchists. And that language I just used, that's very old language, right? Anti-authoritarianism, anti-domination, these are big universal concepts within the history of anarchism. However, I may not use language always that is universal to the history of anarchism. Sometimes I use language purposely, which I think is kind of, as I've said numerous times on the stream, meeting people where they're at. So sometimes I'm also using kind of more technical terminology that I've developed to try to understand anarchism and political power more broadly. So like the way that I use authoritarianism and libertarianism, these are sort of specialized theoretic terms when I use them. Authoritarianism relates pretty close to what anarchists have meant throughout history. However, libertarianism is a word that I have really clearly defined in a way that it had not been defined beforehand. So the answer is it's complicated. In some places, the things I'm saying are universal and I'm using the same words. In other places, the things I'm saying are universal, but I'm using different words. In some places, I am expressing a particular view within anarchism that you might call social anarchism, which is to say that I believe the collective and the individual must both be valued. And some other anarchists are individualist anarchists, where they really only care about the autonomy of the individual. So, yeah, complicated answer, I guess. Hopefully that was at least somewhat enlightening. Knowledge and Defense says, how much pushback do you think we're going to get from the center, including libs and some conservatives, if and when our route of cooperatives, councils, consensus, and delegations begins to fully take over the left? They will definitely resist, and they will begin lying about everything that's taking place. They'll begin exaggerating. I suspect what they'll try to say is that it's less effective than the hierarchical forms that we currently have, and that the hierarchical forms are better, and they're going to point to like the monopolies and the states and everything. I think that there will be a lot of misinformation, propaganda, just straight up lies, probably to some significant degree. Also, probably cops and fascists, but I repeat myself, will begin trying to infiltrate all of those organizations and destroy them from the inside out, becoming informants, trying to steer the organizations in the wrong direction, trying to steal assets, just a variety of different ways, trying to get the group to do dangerous things, which will then make it destroy itself. I think that's probably what we'll face. And then we also might face sort of legislative discrimination. That is to say, the state might try to pass regulations that make it harder for us to do that, something that's happened in history before. There used to be what were called association laws, which disallowed people from forming like citizen associations, for example, unions. So that's something that's been done in the past. They might try to make it harder to form cooperatives. Cooperatives might have to have harder filing standards. Yeah, any and all of this could take place. And if eventually those horizontal power structures actually become very powerful and they begin to become like very significant aspects of how communities delegate and distribute power, you can expect that they will also try to, like with militant violence, destroy them. They'll find excuses why they're allowed to destroy them. And if they can't find those excuses for militant destruction, they might just try to co-opt them. This is actually something that I'm seeing that's happening with FEJUVE in Bolivia, where it seems like Evo Morales and MAS more broadly are trying to co-opt FEJUVE, which is the video I was going to produce and release today, but you can expect that next week. And that's what often happens, right? That's what authoritarians always do. If there is a horizontal bottom-up movement where the people control their life and they determine how things are being carried out themselves, authoritarians try to step in and then they try to take the leadership role and they try to turn it into a hierarchy where they have control and they co-opt it. This is, I would say, one of the most powerful maneuvers for authoritarians in the modern era. It, to me, represents a new tool in the toolbox of the totalizing system of hierarchy and represents a way for hierarchy to fully try to co-opt horizontal power structures. And that is to say that instead of outwardly trying to destroy them, Leninism and Stalinism and Maoism and so on represent ways to co-opt and recuperate horizontal movements of the people and to instead turn them back into components of the mega machine, as I call it. That being said, all of this is laid out in my work, A Modern Anarchism, Part 3, Revolution, especially in the revolutionary flowchart that I've created. So you can kind of identify where the things I'm discussing here begin to happen within that revolutionary flowchart. This would actually be called the stage we call emanation. Matthias Baker says, would you be interested in making a video responding to or debunking the eco-nihilist book Desert? I suspect that a lot of what I would say about Desert, I already talked about in my video Hope. So you should go watch my video Hope, because it is actually almost a direct response to anarcho-nihilism. Knowledge and Defense says, but what are your thoughts on centralization? Is it needed in order to expand our power, to pose a meaningful threat to the openly hyper-capitalist US hegemony, regardless of popular opinion? Absolutely not, no. In fact, to the degree you centralize, you're probably going to fail. You are going to yourself turn what could be a threat to the power structure into either a co-optable new arm of the power structure, or a just sort of a competing power structure that will be just the same as the previous one. Centralization leads to hypercapitalism. So like whatever you produce that's extremely centralized, that is going to have a tendency to just turn into a new arm of capitalism, as we've seen over and over and over with every authoritarian leftist project. All they do is make new arms of the capitalist global mega machine, right? That's the only thing they ever achieve. So centralization is just us self-sabotaging. That's what it boils down to. Conrad says, could you elaborate on social insertion? I've read some of your reading list on especifismo, but I'm still confused. Is it good for finding other anarchists in your area, or is it more for organizations? Social insertion is something that anarchists do in order to be integrated with social movements that already exist. Social insertion can be understood as anarchists being active in the social movements that they are surrounded by. It's a recognition that social movements occur as organic processes, which we are only elements within the procession of those larger processes. We are not meant to jump into the driver's seat of those movements. We are meant to be present, offer our expertise, and to hopefully in the process make more anarchists, but more concretely to try to maintain and empower the aspects of the movement which are already horizontal or which already hold these more libertarian socialist viewpoints, and to bring these out, to empower and embolden them within the struggle. And just more broadly to be present and helpful in each of the organizations that are present in any given social movement. So social insertion is not entryism, it's not spy work, it's actually just being present as an actor within broader social movements as they take place. Dude Ryan Dude says, do you think that the Central Council of Factory Committees after the February Revolution made a mistake that would have sabotaged them down the line by having a central apparatus? Well, that would depend on whether that Central Council of Factory Committees was a delegate body or a representative body. That is to say, could people have simply in each of the factory committees abolished that Central Council, or did that Central Council itself begin to determine all of the rules and regulations of the rest of the factory committees, and the factory committees themselves had no say in it? Furthermore, could they have simply just revoked all of those delegates if they pleased, if the Central Council began to do things they didn't like? In other words, did power root from the bottom up or from the top down? I don't actually know the answer to that because I didn't look really closely into the Central Council of Factory Committees. My understanding is the factory committees were bottom up power structures. Tequila Sunrise says, do you think it's important for anarchists to engage in exercise or some form of combat training? Yes, I do. I think that, we live in a time where we can be very sedentary and get by in our lives. But as nations and regions destabilize, people have to be in better shape in order to survive. The worse shape you're in, the worse off you're going to be. You're going to be easier for the enemy to track down and eliminate. It's not to say, of course, that everybody has to do these physical activities. We're going to need a variety of skills in any occasion in order to get this done. But I do think that in a general sense, people should take their fitness seriously, not only for this, process wherein maybe our society will destabilize, but also just for our own health. Like, it's better for you to exercise. Like, it's better for your body. Like, exercise, insofar as you're doing exercises that are appropriate for your body, exercise is always a benefit to your body, unless obviously like overtrain or something. But I don't think most people are at risk of overtraining. I think people should try to focus on their fitness insofar as that's something they can do, because it will also lead to better mental health. It will lead to mental clarity. It's linked to lower rates of depression. It's just better for people to be in physical shape if they can be. That's just something that we should think is a good thing. Lauren Miller says social insertion is auth leftist recuperation, but in reverse. Yes, exactly. It's in reverse. It's like libertarian leftist de-recuperation. It's like trying to dissolve authoritarian relations within social movements and empower the libertarian relations. John Doe, you keep asking about my thoughts and predictions about the 2024 presidential election. I don't care about the 2024 presidential election. That being said, the second question, do you think if Trump loses, he'll try another January 6th? Yeah, it's possible. He might. Michael Shin says, do people need extensive anarchist education or indoctrination in order for them to function in anarchy and not give up power to the first charismatic authority they come across? I mean, it's certainly the case that in a horizontal society, we want to start to create and establish a horizontal culture. Power structures tend to create and cultivate the sorts of cultures which maintain them. That is to say, a hierarchical society will tend to, or a hierarchical power structure will tend to create a hierarchical society within it. And likewise, horizontal power structures will act to create horizontal societies within them. But moreover, we should try to actively produce a horizontal society as best as possible. Every type of power structure requires buy-in on a culture of reproduction. And insofar as that people don't buy into the culture of reproduction, the system works worse. So for example, imagine putting a bunch of anarchists into a hierarchical system. Obviously that hierarchical system is going to function worse, right? So, but over time, people tend to be psychologically and socially reconditioned by the structures they're within. Most people are. So us creating more and more horizontal power structures means that we are going to then therefore create more and more horizontal social reproduction and therefore psychological reconditioning. Matthias Baker says, do you know any good guides on how to build neighborhood assemblies or community council structures? Yes. Kalia Kuno and the Malcolm X Grassroots Project wrote a guide, which is called Let Your Motto Be Resistance, which is about how they approached building block committees and other forms of assemblies in Jackson, Mississippi. And it very much is like a guidebook about how they did it. So even if your conditions are different, which I suspect they are, then you'll still be able to learn a huge amount from Let Your Motto Be Resistance. Let Your Motto Be Resistance. I believe that's up on Anarchist Library now. Let me go check. Yes, it most certainly is. Put it here in the chat. There you go. Henrique P says, are you an anarcho-communist or just an anarchist? I mean, I just call myself an anarchist most of the time. But if you were to like poke and prod, I'm an anarcho-communist. That is to say that I think the end goal is a stateless, classless, moneyless society wherein all economic activity is from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. A direct distribution economy without any commodification. However, I am practical and recognize that we have to transition to that through the mechanisms that are available to us. Pranav says, isn't capitalism anarchy? No, capitalism is not anarchy. Capitalism is actually an enormous system of hierarchy. Every single workplace becomes a hierarchical power structure. And society is managed by a hierarchical power structure in the form of the state. And all of these hierarchical power structures collude together in this larger hierarchical power structure. Anarchy is the absence of hierarchical power structures. So capitalism, you can't have capitalism and anarchy at the same time. Hazel says, from a historical standpoint, when and where were the first nation states as we would identify them today developed? See, I think this is a very difficult question to answer precisely because there was a sort of evolution of the elements of the state. This is something I really ran into when I was writing The State is Counter-Revolutionary and I began reading literature on the state and the history of the state, was that there is no one place where you can point your finger and say that's where the state started. In fact, it seems like the state started from hierarchical power structures that had been developing and brewing since prehistoric societies, and that as these sort of combined together into a variety of different examples, we can look at things like, the Assyrians or, a variety of other very old societies that were like the beginning, like first, like big nation states that we point our finger to. Those were essentially the results of processes that had already begun well before those cities were produced. And in fact, alongside those, there were other societies that weren't going on the same path, that were producing free cities that were not, in fact, like the nation state. But it developed as time went on, and these different states basically developed and transformed as the economic situation around them transformed and as the social situation transformed. And it is basically kind of a seamless transition from that to today. That's kind of one of the things that makes it difficult. However, there are a lot of people who point to the what do they call it? The Treaty of Westphalia as being the beginning of the modern nation state. They call it the Westphalian nation state. And this Treaty of Westphalia was a sort of international agreement wherein nations were given sovereignty, and that it was not acceptable for nations to invade other nations, that nations were supposed to be given a degree of autonomy within their particular boundaries. And this is said to be the beginning of state geopolitics, and a lot of people identify that this is the beginning of, therefore, what the modern state is. However, I would just like to note that, of course, all these states are part of an evolutionary process of development that began all the way back in prehistoric society. Owen Hills says, is it a fair understanding to say that when you say power structure, that's equivalent to what sincere Marxists mean by the state? No, actually. Because a power structure is not, it doesn't even have to be a formal institution. Like, a power structure could be completely interpersonal. Because here's the thing. In the theory that I write, power is not power over, it's power to. That is to say, the power to enact something, the power to walk, the power to see, the power to write, right? You can see that it's very wide-ranging. It's a judgment of the ability to coordinate, or it's the judgment of coordination of ability to outcomes. Sometimes I phrase it as Bookchin does, the ability to actualize potentials. So power is how much you can take a potential and actualize it in the real world. And to the degree that you can take a potential and actualize it, that is power. So right now, I'm exhibiting my power right now. Speaking to you, I'm using the power of speech, moving my hands around, so I'm using the power of my body, I'm using the power of this channel. And there is a power structure that has been developed insofar as that even if me and you were sitting in a room and talking, there would be a power structure between us. And I would call this an interpersonal power structure. Okay. So power structures are how power flows between elements. Does that make sense? It's how power flows between different people. So power structures can be horizontal. Power structures can be hierarchical. They can be mixtures of the two. Power structures are embodied in 4 different fields. Those fields are the individual and their conditioning, interpersonality, social structures, and the environment, or what I often call environmental structures. So individuals and their conditioning, that's every individual person along with all of their thoughts and conceptions and personhood. Interpersonality, that's like everybody they interact with. It's their friends, it's their family, it's their coworkers, it's the person they interact with on the side of the street or the teller at the bank that they go to. Those are all interpersonal interactions. Social structures are organizational forms. So you've got things like the organization, the corporation, the state, but also our organizations are horizontal organizations with charters and so on. Those are social structures. Law is another social structure, but also things like white supremacy would be social structures. Then lastly, you have environmental structures, and that is pretty much everything that I didn't just list. Okay, so environmental structures are everything in the universe that is not a conscious being and the interaction of conscious beings. So, my computer is part of my environmental structure. My apartment is part of my environmental structure, but so is the entire state of Oklahoma. So is the entire universe an environmental structure. So what I say is power structures are coordinations of these 4 fields which determine how power flows. So it's basically like you take relations between these 4 fields, and you determine how those relations dictate the flow of power between each of these pieces, and that is a power structure. Power structures will have a tendency to expand into more and more of these realms. That is to say, generally power structures do not just sort of stay within one of these 4 fields or 2 of these 4 fields. They tend to begin to grow to create things within all 4 fields. Power structures become more embedded and more long-lived the more that they've developed into these 4 fields. So power structures can be extremely mundane. A friendship, as weird as that sounds, a friendship is a power structure. It's an interpersonal power structure. I would say in general, you would hope that your friendship is a horizontal power structure. But more generally, when I say power structure, therefore, I'm talking about something that pretty well just covers the field of power of all kinds of power. It includes forces of domination. It includes forces of cooperation. It includes solidaric and competitive and everything in between. Those are all forms of power. And the more that you conference power between each of these aspects, and it becomes more and more sophisticated, and the more that the people, the individuals within the system are able to use more power, they're able to get more things done, that they're able to actualize more potentials, we're back to that, that determines the degree to which that power structure has become powerful. That's what is meant by a power structure being powerful. It allows the elements within the power structure and the structure itself, all of the components of it, to actualize more potentials. So being powerful is not necessarily good or bad, right? Can be powerful in a lot of ways. Power is neutral. It's neutral by its very nature. And part of the reason why I've done this, which you might have been intuiting, was me trying to explain at base what anarchists are trying to build, what they are analyzing, and what it is that they're trying to say in all of their theory. because anarchists have a tendency to not use very academic language, to not be very like analytic and like, you know, they tend to speak more at like an average person's speech, which then maybe gets into like an intermediate level of speech, which then goes into a little bit more sophistication, but never goes into like a deep sophistication where you give using like exact terminology. So my work was an attempt to create this exact terminology to really bring the anarchist analysis into clarity with an analytic method. Hopefully that makes sense. Eric Gray gave $5. I appreciate it, Eric. He says, reading recommendations, sometimes how can I fix it is the wrong question by Nerd Teacher, and it can be found online in the Anarchist Library. All right. Well, I will put that in another tab. Maybe I'll go look at it a little bit later. There we go. All right. Ubik says, Emma Goldman loved Nietzsche. What are your thoughts on Nietzsche and anarchism? Well, I mean, it's like, it's weird because the truth is that I agree and disagree with Nietzsche on a variety of points. And Nietzsche has been utilized just in that sort of synthetic sense by an enormous number of different people in an enormous number of different political philosophies. In my perspective, you can hear how I just described what power is in my perspective. Well, that's not what Nietzsche meant by power. He meant power over, which is to say domination, or at least that's my interpretation of his work. So when he talks about what he calls the will to power, he's saying that every being has a will to become powerful, to create sort of a force of domination. Well, that's the part I disagree with. I don't think that every being has a will to power over, a will to domination. But I do think every being, given what I just said about power, does indeed have a will to power to, the power to do things, the ability to carry out things in the world, regardless of whether that is dominating or not dominating people. And so in this sense, I kind of agree with Nietzsche's will to power, but in a different way, using my definition of power. I also do think Nietzsche is right to talk about how a politics of ressentiment is not enough to transform society, and that is a mistake of the left, is relying too much on a politics of ressentiment. And I think that we have toyed more and more with this politics of ressentiment starting since maybe especially starting about the 60s and maybe only beginning to reach its zenith sometime in the 2000s. And it didn't get us anywhere. It got us as a marginalized kind of niche movement, as far as I'm talking about anarchists having this politics of ressentiment. I think it also correlates with us having sort of toxic communities where we're always just looking about how we can call out and exclude one another. This kind of relates back to Nietzsche's concept of a slave morality. You know, the slave morality leads to this kind of crab in a bucket mentality where, you know, you're trying to pull everybody down. You're trying to be purer than thou. You know, it's not about trying to empower ourselves and others together. It's about trying to make sure that nobody gets powerful, that nobody becomes empowered. And so people in our communities have a tendency to kind of tear people down who they see are beginning to become powerful in the sense that I'm discussing. That is to say, more capable, with access to more resources, with more successful outcomes, the more ability to actualize their potentials. I think that there is a lot of that sort of slave morality where we try to tear people down in our communities that are beginning to achieve those things. And it's unhealthy. So yeah, you can see that there are a variety of ways I agree with Nietzsche. I think that Nietzsche was too close to a social Darwinist for me. That's kind of the problem I notice. And, you know, maybe if I read more Nietzsche, I'd think otherwise, but that's my current reading of Nietzsche. So already Regicide is correcting me, saying that's not what Nietzsche is trying to say or is saying. Will to power is more of a creative will. Yeah, I mean, you would have to like clarify even further on that, like what that actually means, because it seems to me that the example that I was taught that Nietzsche used was like what he called the blonde beast, or which was supposed to represent like the lion in the savannah, and that was an example of a will to power, like the predator machine, you know. So maybe I don't know, maybe my education wasn't good, but you'd have to clarify what you meant by a creative will. So somebody asked, what is ressentiment? And I'm not going to just try to recall it off the top of my head. I'm going to go find us a nice definition. So in philosophy, ressentiment is one of the forms of resentment or hostility. The concept was of particular interest to some 19th century thinkers, most notably Friedrich Nietzsche. According to their use, ressentiment is a sense of hostility that is directed toward an object that one identifies as the cause of one's frustration. That is, an assignment of blame for one's frustration. It correlates to the sense of weakness or an inferiority complex, and perhaps even jealousy in the face of the cause, generating a rejecting or justifying value system, or a morality which attacks or denies the perceived source of one's frustration. So in other words, it begins to determine how one acts in the world based on resentment and hostility towards an object of a displeasure, a thing that the person rejects, rather than a generative a conception of the world which is based around their own empowerment, not necessarily just disempowerment of the cause of one's frustration. So this value system is then used as a means to justify one's own weakness by identifying the source of envy as objectively inferior. So, you know, like Nietzsche gives the example of Christians who say that it's good to be meek. Blessed are the meek, while they are impoverished and disempowered and have no control over the world. And they try to say that being rich and powerful is bad and evil at its very base. And he says, you know, this is what ressentiment leads to, because it essentially tries to valorize like suffering and disempowerment and meekness because one has been disempowered. And this is exactly what I see in a lot of leftist spaces. I think we have a lot of people that have this sense of weakness or an inferiority complex, which they then justify with a variety of different ideological disciplines. Like Marxists try to deal with their inferiority complex by asking for this authoritarian state, this daddy state who will fix all of their problems, and they think they will become powerful if they just identify with that state. That state will make them powerful. This is still ressentiment. The anarchist communities tend to do the opposite, where we try to tear down anybody that we see as successful. We think that anybody beginning to become more empowered, anybody that's becoming able to actualize their potentials, we become jealous and resentful and look for reasons to tear them down and bring them down. And we begin to then think that, you know, in that kind of same way, that meekness is good, that being disempowered and impoverished is good. And then people begin to almost like seek that as like a lifestyle. And I see that a lot among anarchists. They're seeking this lifestyle of impoverishment and disempowerment. And they think that that's good. I think they're wrong. And this is where I agree with Nietzsche. I think that we should be all seeking our individual and collective empowerment at the same time. So we should all be trying to become empowered, and together we should be trying to build systems of empowerment, not trying to just our entire mental state, revolving around disempowering enemy structures, which is part of the process, but instead also figuring out ways to empower this alternative constituency, ways to empower horizontal power structures. So another $5 donation, this time from Jay Deacon. Jay Deacon says, I'm in a union and many members consistently act and vote against their class interests for their entire career. Are reactionaries inevitable? I don't think they're inevitable, but I think they're inevitable if we don't do the work of trying to educate people, meeting people where they're at, becoming more persuasive. There's another example of becoming more powerful. Becoming more persuasive is becoming more powerful. Learning to understand people, becoming more empathetic, however. Becoming more empathetic, also becoming more powerful, okay? Because you now can connect with other human beings better. It's a form of cooperative power. This is an example of a symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis is power, okay? Symbiosis also creates power for the individuals who are involved. So what we need to do is we need to get better at persuading people. We need to get better at understanding people's state of mind. And this is for both of our benefits at the end of the day, as you point out here. Vapid Space Cadet says poverty fetishism. Yes, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think that there's a lot of people who sort of fetishize this poverty-stricken nomadic lifestyle. They think that it's, that's what it is to be an anarchist. That's absurd, though. Well, obviously, we don't want a society where everybody has to be impoverished and nomadic. So there's nothing prefigurative about that. Yeah, emotional intelligence / knowledge, precisely. Davis says, hey, Anark, what steps can I take to start something like Cooperation Tulsa in my city? I would say you probably just need to find one other very ideologically committed person who's down with creating it. You can't really do it by yourself, but even 2 people is enough. Cooperation Tulsa was started by 2 people, myself and Roberto Mendoza. We created Cooperation Tulsa during the George Floyd protests as a sort of community organization initiative. If you'd like to support Cooperation Tulsa, you should go become a donor at our open collective, which I will link here in the chat. I would like to recommend that all of you go become recurring donors at the open collective. I'll even link you to the place where you can become a recurring donor. Monthly, there you go. Boom. And then this link, it will take you straight to our open collective, which is where we solicit funds as an organization. And if you would like to see Cooperation Tulsa grow and build an even larger prefigurative power structure, then you should go become a recurring donor at our open collective, which I've just linked here in the chat. And I want to emphasize that recurring part. The recurring part makes all the difference in the world, because what we're trying to do is make it to where we have a monthly income where, maybe we don't have enough to spend all at once right now, but we can wait a few months and that money eventually adds up until now we can spend it and do the next stage of the process. And that recurring income is everything to the organization. That's what we're trying to build up. We want a bunch of small recurring donors. So, whatever amount that you can give recurring to Cooperation Tulsa, please consider doing so. Any amount that you are able to give every single month will definitely add up, and it will materialize into real things at Flat Rock, garden beds and soil and growing plants and all of that, which then might eventually end up being startup funds for cooperatives so that we can begin also self-funding and also providing jobs in cooperative horizontal workplaces to people within Tulsa, Oklahoma. Another donation from Eric Gray for $5. He says, another reading recommendation is You Can't Reform Things Built to Harm, also by Nerd Teacher. You can't reform things built to harm. Yes, that reminds me of that saying, the purpose of a system is what it does. Confused Lefty says, how to prevent justice committees from giving mob justice. Also, how do you prevent a charismatic person from getting away with crimes in an anarchist society? It's funny, that doesn't seem to be a problem in real examples. In real examples, you don't really seem to get this problem with mob justice. In fact, what we seem to find is that examples of horizontal structures that carry out justice tend to be better at carrying out justice and tend to focus on forms of restorative justice, where they first try to remediate the problems. So this problem with mob justice doesn't really seem like a problem in practice as far as we can see. And it seems like instead, mob justice comes about in hierarchical societies when your most bigoted sort of reactionary elements want to carry out their bigoted acts without any, support by the state. And so you get things like lynchings. But in horizontal societies, we don't really end up seeing this mob justice. I mean, at least in none of the examples I've ever read about. Instead, they seem to be very focused around restorative justice. And people in the surrounding areas, for example, in the Zapatistas or Rojava, will often go to the justice councils of these regions precisely because they are less reactive and they are more restorative. Outersider says, wait, isn't Open Collective shutting down in the near future? Am I misremembering? Yes. Open Collective released an extremely confusing statement that I almost wish they had not released it, or if they had released it, I wish they would have offered more clarity, because they confused a huge number of people. Open Collective as a website, as a platform, is not shutting down. Open Collective will continue. So we can keep soliciting donations through it. That message they released was because they have a 501c3 body, which acts as a fiscal sponsor for a bunch of organizations on Open Collective. So a bunch of what happens is that, organizations don't have a formal filing, but they need to be able to store money somewhere. Well, Open Collective had created a 501c3, which essentially just acted as their fiscal sponsor and did all the necessary things to allow them to store money, and stored money for them and paid out their money as they needed. However, that aspect, that 501c3 that can act as a fiscal host, that aspect is going away. Open Collective will now only be able to act as a front for fiscal sponsors, or help hook people up with fiscal sponsors. For example, Cooperation Tulsa is actually the fiscal sponsor for Space City Anarchist Organization. So it doesn't affect Cooperation Tulsa. We have our own bank account. We have our own official filing. We're our own fiscal sponsor. So I'm going to take a restroom break here for a few minutes. So you're about to get chair stream. Let's hope everybody doesn't leave in the meantime. But yeah, I'll be back here in a minute. Look at that. I have returned. You forgot you had the stream open. Yeah, it was a few minutes. It looks like I got a $50 donation. So Ceylon 1999 gave $50 saying, "Hey, Anark, I can easily visualize horizontal society on smaller scales, but not so much at the higher levels. How would councils at the municipality level work? How would they determine quorum? Would delegates do all the voting at this level?" I actually talk about this a little bit in After the Revolution. However, it should be said, I think the municipal level could still work by just getting everybody together in a huge stadium or something and having them all discuss and dispute different concepts in a bunch of breakout groups, and then they would come back together and they would vote, or they would, not vote if they just wanted to use a pure consensus model. But I think that that's probably how it would work. I think that the municipal scale might be the maximum scale at which you're still probably going to be able to carry that out, because people in the city can actually come together within the city, right? But then once you're starting to get to the regional scale, you're talking about people traveling for significantly long distances to just come together in like a big stadium or something and make decisions. I think it's starting to become infeasible at that level. Instead, what I think would happen is that you would just have proposals that would be created at the level of the individual councils. And then you would just judge whether the councils had approved or disapproved the measure in order to judge the next level of consensus. So you wouldn't have some separate body where they come together and elect delegates to vote for them or whatever. That would, unfortunately, that would be hierarchical. Instead, what you do is you have the proposals presented at the bottom level, and they just give them the up or down. They produce a mandate for delegation or administration, as the case may be. If there's just something that all the regions need, they all vote on it. Once you've got the consensus of all the councils, you are going to then delegate delegates and administrators and so on to carry out whatever the mandate was you all decided through the agglomeration of councils. Confused Lefty says, do you think negative effects on the environment are inevitable as the quality of life increases? No, I do not. I think that under hierarchy, they are. That being said, I get the thrust of your question, and you say, I know it's drastically less in anarchism, but will it still happen? I assume that it will happen to some degree. I assume that just by the expansion of the structures of society, just by this expansion of the use of technology, there are just bound to be examples where we do damage to the environment. So, yes. However, is that inevitable? I don't think so. I think that there are many different ways that we can interact with the environment in such a way that we don't damage the environment in this extremely severe fashion. Blindy says, don't have to travel long distances if the internet exists. Yeah, that's another solution. You could do, I guess, like e-democracy or whatever. I think that's a cool idea. I've talked about that before. Maybe you have like an app on your phone, and it basically just brings up proposals you're supposed to be voting on. It just has like a little pop-up that's like, proposal, blah, 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 brought by such and such. And then it's like, read more. And then you go and you read more. And there's like a, approve, disapprove, amend, discussion, and then you go and you read through discussion. It's like a social media, and you're like reading through people discussing the proposal. And maybe that that affects how you'll vote on the proposal. And then when you're all done, you basically just like choose, do I, accept, do I reject the proposal? Do I feel like I need to block or provide a reason why that this proposal should not take place? And that can just all be digital, like you say. That's one way to do it. Ryan Dude says, do you find that that changing the foundation of people's political analysis from idealism to materialism is useful to radicalize people? Because I find that otherwise they slide back to liberalism. Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on what you mean by idealism and materialism. But almost any definition of materialism we use on the left, I would agree. I think it's good to move people toward an understanding that the universe is a material construct. It's made of material. It's also good to get people to think about things as they exist in reality and what needs to be changed based on reality and what can be done based on reality. It's good to get people to think about economic conditions and the development of means of production and our relation to environmental structures in the world around us. Those are all good things. Those all definitely solidify a person's understanding and analysis. Margot Sorn says, curious for your thoughts on the relation between intersectionality and class reductionism. Is focusing on class reductive, or can we focus on class while maintaining intersectionality? I think you've nailed it in the last part. We can focus on class while maintaining intersectionality. We just can't focus on class at the expense of other problems, right? Like if you're focusing only on class and your work is harming, is empowering white supremacy or transphobia or whatever, then you're doing it wrong. You need to be able to do all of those at once. You need to be able to walk and chew bubblegum, because every intersection of oppression that we don't pay due attention to and work to counteract is a vector for recuperation by the power structure. It's a way for the power structure to take, to sort of plant a poison pill within the structures that we've created. So, we build all these structures and we go, oh my God, I built this great union, but your union is full of racism and transphobia and sexism and so on. And so then the union eventually falls apart because you didn't deal with all of the intersections of oppression, because every intersection of oppression actually props up the other forms of oppression. It acts as a restabilizing features when the structure you've created is disturbed or is perturbed. Confused Lefty says, what does the word spontaneous mean in leftist discourse? It's funny because it kind of has a wide variety of uses. The original use is very mundane. Spontaneous just means like of the people, not directed, right? They made the decision themselves. It comes from the people. It's carried out by the people. That's not really very close to what we mean by the word spontaneous in the modern day. When we say spontaneous, we almost mean random, right? Like unpredictable is almost what we mean. But back then, spontaneous mostly meant coming from the people, being of the people. And in the modern day, it's moved more towards this latter, definition I've just described, like chaotic or unpredictable, right? And so it's understandable how people kind of misunderstand old texts who use that word spontaneous. And it makes it even worse insofar as that people today still are pretty confused about how that word is being used in leftist discourse, because some people are using it in that older way and some people are using it in the more familiar colloquial way. Comrade Athos says, have you read Volin's Unknown Revolution? I'm reading it and I found it interesting. Why didn't you use it in your series, The State is Counter-Revolutionary? Because I didn't read it. I had not read it, so that's why. Knowledge and Defense, I see you reposting questions a lot, but in general, if I'm not answering them after the first few times, it probably means that I'm not going to answer them. Like the first one isn't even something that needs an answer. Like you're clarifying. I mean, I read it. And then the second one, it's like, okay, platformism leans mostly in favor of ANCOM. Sure. Okay. There's not much for me to respond to in that question. Like, the second part is, I guess, something I could respond to, like how many free luxuries can everyone have? But then it's more of a statement even than a question. You just say it can only be answered in a fully automated future. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. It's sort of up to us to ideate and conceptualize, I suppose. Like, how many free luxuries can everyone have? I don't know. Depends on the ecological limits of the system, I suppose. Depends on what ends up happening. Like, us taking into consideration what are the limit of given resources? What are the limits of production? What are the limits of distribution? It's all contingent. Yeah, River Rune, the internet would never really render delegating pointless. It would only change the communicative tasks necessary for a healthy functioning confederation. Yeah, I would tend to agree. It might make delegation less necessary for reasons we just discussed, but you're always going to delegate some amount, right? Everybody does not need to be involved in the running of the nuclear power plant. Everybody does not need to be involved in, planting seeds in the field this year. Everybody does not need to be involved. It's just there's always going to be delegation. There's always going to be some form of delegation of specialists and expertise, and even just people carrying out tasks that it's like, yeah, it happens the same way every month. Can somebody just do this every month? We don't need to vote on it every month. You delegate somebody to do the task that gets done every single month. That stuff's always going to happen. Anarcho Goober says, do you have any takes on Deleuze? I think Deleuze is cool, hard to read, but very interesting. I like watching videos where people break down Deleuze. I find Deleuze a huge pain to read. So I've mostly been reading about Deleuze from secondary sources. Owen Hill says, I tend to understand organizational or social anarchism to be inherently communist. Can you explain if I'm wrong about this? I would say that's mostly true. Like, that's mostly true in my experience. I don't think I've ever read a social anarchist who's not an anarcho-communist. Yeah. I don't think I've ever read an organizational or social anarchist who's not an anarcho-communist. I could be wrong, though. It's probably out there. Okay. Like Paracon, Michael Albert. There's one. Michael Albert's not a communist, but he is a social anarchist. He's very organizationalist as well, so I think he definitely qualifies. Dick Weinerman, hey, Anark, I've been wanting some clarification on what exactly federation and confederation mean. The truth is that historically they're used almost identically, and that's really annoying to me. Because when I grew up, I was given a different explanation for what federation and confederation mean. Okay. I was told federation is where the topmost entity makes decisions that bear on all the smaller entities. And that confederation was when you took a bunch of smaller entities and you got them together as a combined structure where they made decisions together. That's what I was told that those two meant. Okay. Like that was part of like, you know, civics education as I grew up. But then I went and I read all of these old thinkers and realized that the way they were using these words federation and confederation were basically interchangeable in a way that I still really have not resolved to. Like, I feel like at this point, in order for me to figure out where this divergence took place, I would have to go like do research on like the usage of these words and whether there was a period of time where they diverged or whether they did and I was just miseducated. But like, I feel like other people agree with me on that characterization I gave on what those mean. But like, that doesn't seem to be true if you go read older anarchist texts. They're talking about the federalist principle, and the federalist principle is definitely not that the bodies at the top make all decisions. It's actually more or less just them talking about the free association of a variety of decentralized bodies. So very odd. The anarchists even originally called themselves federalists, or rather, a lot of the people who ended up calling themselves anarchists had previously been calling themselves federalists. So, I don't know. Knowledge and Defense says, sorry, it was important for me to make that point because authoritarians keep saying that rapid industrialization is crucial regardless of popularity in order to be able to outcompete the West. I mean, that may or may not be true, but the question is like, I mean, that's like just a totally different topic, right? Like whether it should be done regardless of popularity, whether outcompeting the West is actually the way to move forward in order to succeed. If it is, why does it need to be hierarchical? Like, I don't know. It's just, there's just a lot of tangents within the question that we could go off on that I don't really, it just kind of seems like it would have to be more specific. It's kind of unresolved. It's like, you know, a blurry sort of question. It just leads off in a bunch of different directions. Yeah, I mean, like Knowledge and Defense, you're kind of on the track here. Like, in the modern day, also the words are even more confusing because when people think of federation, they think of federal government. And when they think of confederation, they think of like the Confederacy during the Civil War. Yeah, it's totally a problem. Absolutely. But the problem is that we have to have a word that does that, period. So I just use them interchangeably. But also, I don't run from words. Okay, if words get co-opted, I claim them back. I do not let my enemies take words from me. That's not how this works, in my opinion. KX says, I just came in because I saw Psychedelic stream and thought you'd have some interesting takes on them with anarchism. Maybe I missed it though. No, in fact, I haven't even talked about psychedelics once during this stream. What I will say is that unless you have like a disorder like schizophrenia or an anxiety disorder or something, you should probably experiment with psychedelics. Probably. I mean, it's going to be different for every person, but like you're going to learn a lot about yourself in the process. I think everybody should take psychedelics in a significant dose at least once. I think like, at least 3 grams of shrooms at least once. Once again, unless you have a mental disorder, especially like if you have like schizophrenia or something, you should not take psychedelics. Some people do, but kind of risky. Owen Hill says, sounds like the result of recuperation, like with the U.S. beginning to use federalism, federalist to describe their structure. Yeah, exactly. This is just something that hierarchical power structures do. They recuperate words, right? They take words that were being used in a different way, they internalize them, and then they shift their meaning so that people can't really have coherent discussions with the words in the way they were being previously used. Hierarchical power does this all the time. It's just like repetitive, incredibly repetitive. And here, yeah, I mean, it might be said that maybe originally there was something federalist about the United States. You know, it's the United States. There's a bunch of states, okay, and they all have some form of autonomy, but they're all joined together. Okay, so like, I guess I kind of get it, like what they were going for, but yeah, it's not the usage you're going to find in most texts. In the 1800s onward, or in 1800s and early 1900s, not what you're going to find. But then again, it's an older usage of the word, you know. Federation or federalist is, you know, that use by the United States government precedes these uses we're talking about. So I don't know. Once again, I actually don't have an answer to this question. Yeah, Knowledge and Defense says, didn't Proudhon eventually end up calling himself a federalist? Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, it's kind of confusing what it's meant to mean. But, you know, my understanding is just federalism is, once again, the combination of a bunch of autonomous entities coming together and making coordinating decisions with one another. Alvin Chung says, do you think widespread acceptance and support of anarchism is possible in majority ethnic societies? Because it seems conservatism and hierarchical thinking are so ingrained in our culture. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, in my opinion, in every society. You're just going to face different problems in every society. So, like, you know, you're going to have to address the hierarchical thinking that people have, and you're going to have to embolden the horizontal thinking that people have. Like, that's... I hate to make it sound simplified, but that's really what it boils down to in every single condition. There are going to be dangers in every single condition. There are going to be conservative and reactionary elements in every single condition. And you're going to have to figure out how to reach people in that condition always. It's just always how it works. Yes, sometimes it'll be dangerous. Yes, sometimes, you know, it's like might lead to ostracization possibly, but you just be careful. You got to be careful, do it right. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but that's just what it always boils down to. Alvin Chung says, sorry, I mean specifically ethnic Chinese society, which I'm born in, and it's very hierarchical. I guess it depends on whether you're in the broader global diaspora or whether you're in China itself. But it should be said that in Chinese society, there have been examples of horizontal movements that have taken place, and it's probably good to try to find those examples. You know, one is the KPAM or the Shinmin Commune, which was in Manchuria, however, is very closely related to Chinese society because it was so nearby. So it might actually be a strong touchstone. Also, communization theories, very anarchic, and is growing in popularity slowly there in China. Those are the things I would say probably you want to approach it from. Once again, use people's touchstones. You don't need to insist to bring people really far away towards your perspective. Start with the things they might be familiar with. Simnot Sam says, Daniel, do you generally know what to write down when you've read theory? I'm planning to make writing more of a habit since I get the gist what I read, but I forget a lot of details. I don't write down anything that I read. I don't take notes. That's not my approach to reading theory. I'm always while reading theory, I'm trying to synthesize ideas. So I'm listening to what they're saying. I'm asking myself how it relates to things that I already think, or whether it is in contradiction to ideas I already have. What I'm doing is I'm just constantly in this process of like building and rebuilding my ideas while I'm listening to theory. I'm not like super concerned with remembering every little detail of what I read. Some people take that approach, and it can be valuable under certain circumstances. Like, if I were studying a single philosopher and I had to read, or I had to write a whole, paper on that single philosopher. Yeah, I'd probably write down like as much as I could about that philosopher, try to keep it all structured together. But that's not generally my approach to learning theory. The only thing I will generally write down is if there's some like block of text or quote that I think will then be useful when as a block quote, when I write my own theory. So sometimes I will take some notes in the skeleton of the theory I'm writing, but in general, I do not. The way I think of it is this: if I have to write it down, that probably means I'm not going to remember it. Instead, what I should be doing is endeavoring to find the key pertinent details and then try to remember those pertinent details, because that's the part that's probably going to stick. And if what I can do while listening is integrated into my own ideas, then it's also more likely to stick, because now I've related it to this and related it to that. But for me, if I have to take notes about it, it probably means that I'm not going to have strong recall of it. And then I would have to go read the notes in order to remember the stuff, which means that I don't remember it. And it also means that I am not even probably going to be able to use it. Like, in an open conversation with people, I'm not going to be able to like, oh, I took notes on that. And then like, I'm going to go pull out a notebook or a Word file or something. We're going to be like, oh yeah, okay, so what blah, blah, blah said in blah, blah, blah. Not helpful. Doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't do anything for the other person. Instead, we have to be able to conversate on these ideas, which means you should just be trying your best to understand them deeply. So instead, my method that I would recommend for people is when you're reading political theory and philosophy, just take it as slow as your understanding is. That is to say, read a sentence until you understand it and you can turn it over in your head completely. Then move on to the next sentence, and then move on to the next sentence. And that is how I think people should be reading philosophy and political theory, because if what they did was they focused more on understanding on the spot and really trying to pull out the details, the pertinent details, then they would have a much better recall of the information, in my opinion. Cy Maurice says, I believe taking notes helps reinforce recall, though. Yeah, I think it does for some people. I mean, for me, it doesn't seem to make any difference, really. But I think that is true. I think there are studies that say that that's true as well. Oh, I got it right? Oh, that's a true rarity. A true rarity. Me, monolingual English with a tiny splash of German, somehow actually pronounced your name right. I'm very, very happy with myself. So Confused Lefty, you've asked this question a few times, but the thing is I'm not sure exactly what you want me to answer. You say, can you explain the contention period of minority after passing of policies in anarchist society? I watched that part over and over, but I don't get it. I'm talking about the After the Revolution video. So I mean, number one, I would say this isn't a great question for the live stream because not everybody's watched the video, so they're not even going to know what the hell I'm talking about. But also, you haven't told me what it is you don't understand about it. Like you said, you don't get it, but what do you mean you don't get it? Like, what part of it do you not understand? That way I can tell you, I can clarify that part. Knowledge and Defense says, what are the major differences between the main strains of libertarian socialism, democratic confederalism, communalism, neo-zapatismo, market anarchism, mutualism? They seem rather subtle. Yeah, they're all based on which structures they think are or are not acceptable. Basically, which forms they think should be used to carry out change, which forms they think are or are not forms of hierarchy. And in some of these also it's just based on the background where they come from, right? So like democratic confederalism is a theory, an anti-state theory that was created by Abdullah Öcalan. And it very much reads to me like, you know, anarchism, but very much organizational and social anarchism within the Kurdish condition. Communalism seems like related, but not quite the same. It seems like it was Murray Bookchin's attempt to synthesize an American anarchism. Maybe perhaps it's kind of like a democratic confederalism, but within the context of the United States or North America. Neo-Zapatismo is very anarchic, very libertarian socialist. It also seems to have a lot in common with communalism, but then there you go. It's kind of just in the context of the indigenous Mayan people of Chiapas. And then market anarchism and mutualism seems to just be the belief that, you know, the market is acceptable. The market is not a hierarchical power structure. That you can, you know, just have a cooperative market and boom, you're looking good. I think that one's the most different from the other ones you've noted here. But it should be said, I mean, these other ones noted, you know, democratic confederalism, real examples of communalism, the real example of neo-zapatismo. They have a market system. They have a market as part of their structure, and they have confederations of cooperatives and so on. So, yeah, I mean, I would agree with you that the differences are subtle. But, you know, we could make a massive list. We can make like hundreds of entries and talk about the differences between each of them. Dink Joshly asked the important question, is that, can Anark give us a kissy? Yes, you all get a kissy right now. Here is your one kissy. That's it. That was it right there. Grimm says, wasn't democratic confederalism based on communalism rather than the other way around? Yeah, it's absolutely the case. Communalism came first, then democratic confederalism. Yeah, I agree with Sai. Sai says, I'd say the emphasis on popular assembly specifically is a large defining element of communalism. Yeah, I agree. Actually, if I were to just kind of lay it out, I think that one of the key defining element of communalism is the belief that we should be creating sort of like civil council bodies as the default structure rather than unions. Not to say that like eschews the union, but instead that basically creating these civil council structures at the level of the neighborhood or the area or, you know, the municipality, these should be our focus, you know, creating these directly democratic bodies where people can come together and make decisions. I think that is one of the characteristic features of communalism. I would agree with that. Knowledge and Defense says, I heard that both Rojava and the Zapatistas rejected the socialist as well as anarchist labels. Is it to distance themselves from our divisiveness? I also worry for the EZLN trust in Cuba. I take both examples to just be like the fact that they have big pluralistic societies. So you can't just call them all anarchists. You can't just call them all socialists. They're also not like strictly bound, of course, to being anarchist or socialist. I think they're basically just saying like, it's just not that simple. You know, when you're looking at hundreds of thousands or millions of people, you're starting to get too complex to just be like, it's just this, it's just that kind of thing. Holy shit, Cy Maurice is Bookchin's son. I don't even know. Confused Lefty, you're not a native English speaker. I gotcha. Yeah, definitely not like demeaning you by any means, but you know, this is kind of one of those things. Like I also like teach people, I tutor and stuff. And in order to be able to help somebody understand something, first they have to be able to tell you what they don't understand about it. Right? So like, you know, if I ask somebody, you know, what's 2 times 3 and they say, I don't know. And I say, okay, well, do you understand multiplication? Do you understand what the number 2 is? Do you understand what the number 3 is? Is it because you just haven't memorized it or you don't understand it conceptually? We have to get down to the reason why they don't understand what 2 times 3 is. So like in the example you're giving, is it like you don't understand the phases that it goes through? Do you not understand how the minority is able to vest control? Do you not understand like, oh, okay, here we go. I didn't get what actually happens in the contention period. Why would the majority drop below or maintain 50%? Well, remember, the majority had to get to 90% to pass, right? Unless it was like the extreme fallback, which is like, what was it, like 70% or something, right? So like then during that planning phase, while you still haven't carried out implementation, if the minority can convince more people that they shouldn't do it, that they shouldn't do implementation, if they can make that number drop below 50 to go from either 90 or 70 to 49, then everything stalls and you just stop. That's the, yeah, 75, right? So if they can get the number to go from 90 or 75 all the way down to 49, the project stops. They stop implementation. They cancel the proposal. Basically, it's a way for the minority to continue pleading their case, even though the majority has begun planning to implement the proposal. Oh damn, we got Black Bookchin's son in the chat, it looks like. That's what's up. We got truly one of the best ones on Twitter here. If it is indeed you, you're very brave for starting these angry conversations recently on Twitter. People getting real fucking pissed at you. I've literally had those same conversations as you, and people always get super pissed. Matters of degree in communalism is the idea that assembly should be geographically contiguous and non-overlapping. If so, I don't recall where Bookchin says that in What is Communalism, but it's possible that he does say that. Nonetheless, my understanding is not necessarily that they have to be like non-overlapping, but it's more that they should be based in location. They should be based in locality, right? So like they're civil council bodies that could be dealing with anything that don't have some specific purpose. Like, oh, you're dealing with the economy. Oh, you're dealing with agriculture. Oh, you're dealing with the issues of black people. Oh, you're dealing with, you know, the issues of women and so on. Right. And it's not pigeonholed into one or the other. It's a broad body where everybody is there because they are all part of some locality. However, I mean, you might notice that could definitely be like overlapping, right? Oh, I have one for my neighborhood. Oh, I have one for the zip code, and I have one for the municipality, right? So my understanding is that they can totally be overlapping. Well, Sai, I think another thing is that you're allowed to talk some of this shit because you openly identify as like a communalist, whereas I am an anarchist. So all the anarchists get super pissed at me for criticizing inside the community. It's almost like I'm not allowed to criticize other anarchists. Whereas when you're a communalist, it's just we take for granted that, of course, you're going to criticize anarchists, right? Part of the tradition was the split with anarchism. So everybody's, kind of takes for granted that's the case. But yeah. That still people did not respond in a very civil manner. I noticed they got really pissed. But I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think there was only like one or two sentences where it's like, oh, well, I don't know about that. But like the content of your criticisms, I agreed with you. Alvin Chung says, following up on that last question, how would you communicate to your own community, Hong Kongers, I assume that's where you're saying you're from, which has widely accepted capitalism as the only viable economic system? Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with capitalist realism, right? Dealing with people who believe that capitalism is the end of all things. In which case, yeah, you're first going to have to be able to produce an extremely coherent criticism of capitalism. I mean, that's what it really boils down to. You're going to have to like read and understand the criticism of capitalism very well so that you can offer that criticism to the people in your community. Confused Lefty says, so the minority basically argue and try to convince the majority why the implementation of the policy is bad in the contingent period. Nailed it. It's exactly right. That contingent period is there precisely so that a minority does not get steamrolled and has the time to continue arguing their case during planning, because planning is usually a very long and drawn out, process. So like, the decision in the councils may be made within the course of a month or two, but planning often might take way longer than that, right? Even after you've agreed that a thing should be done, now you have to figure out how you're going to do the thing. And so basically what the contention period does is it expands the period of time that the minority has to demonstrate why that the proposal is harmful or bad in some way or another, or perhaps just to offer amendments, right? So getting a lot of good questions, and so it's going to be hard for me to get through them. Owen Hills asks, are you familiar with Huey P. Newton's idea of intercommunalism? I just discovered it last night and haven't read into it much. Yes, I am familiar with it, and I have read about it before, but at this very moment, I don't recall enough to make any commentary, really. But it did seem very interesting and vaguely anarchic. Michael Shin says, the successful and prominent Zapatistic org Centro Cultural de Mexico in Santa Ana is centered around Latin ethnicity. Is focusing on ethnicity a valid way to bring in more people? I think that's fine. You can focus on ethnicity, but I would just hope that, this doesn't come at the expense of a bunch of other struggles. That's all. It's okay to focus on ethnicity. It's fine to build, organizations, especially oppressed ethnicities, I should say, that are just for those oppressed ethnicities. It makes perfect sense to do so. And I would say that when you're that far tread under, that we're talking about Latin ethnicity in Chiapas and so on, and we're especially talking about Mayan people, they're so far tread to the bottom that it's going to be hard for that to become something dangerous or damaging in the process. Eric Gray says, I wish I'd been old enough to be a fly on the wall to see firsthand some of the dumb shit that people like Lorenzo Camboa Irvin and others had to deal with from ignorant white anarchists. No doubt. The things they mention, I'm sad to say, I've seen on Twitter, right? I've seen this class reductionist stuff, not to name names, but there are some key figures on Twitter who definitely sound like the kind of people that Lorenzo Camboa Irvin was annoyed with. So like they're still around, but I'm happy to say that they're much fewer than they were in Irvin's time. So Michael Shin then says, about so much focus on ethnicity, would an American cultural center or a White Panther successfully bring in people feeling marginalized, or to be a disaster? No, I think the problem is that white people are in a position of cultural power. White supremacy is a thing. So the people that you're going to bring to a white ethnic group is generally going to be people that are there to preserve their power and privilege, not people who are, you know, white and ready to overthrow hierarchy. Because if your problem seems to revolve around your whiteness, what you're probably saying is that your whiteness is being assailed by the people you're oppressing, no longer wanting you to be the dominant component in society. So I don't think you could form a White Panthers, or rather I should say that the White Panthers probably is like the KKK or something, right? Like, yeah. Knowledge and Defense says, since I heard your favorite game is Chrono Trigger, rip Akira Toriyama. Yeah, I love Chrono Trigger. It's a classic. FF6 also. Strong contender. But yeah, no, I was sad to see Akira Toriyama dead. I didn't know he was that old, but I guess it makes sense. John Doe, what are your thoughts on distributism? Literally no idea what it is. Let's go find out. It kind of just sounds like mutualism. Maybe I don't understand the differences well enough, but kind of sounds like mutualism to me. Cy Maurice, extremely good point. As critical as we are of the New Left, it seems like it does deserve a lot of the credit in ultimately moving anarchism beyond class reductionism. That is actually one of the best defenses of the counterculture movement, starting from the 60s to like the 2000s. That's one of the best defenses I've ever heard of it, actually, because I actually think it did do that very successfully. It sort of got people to consider the importance of culture and non-economic issues. It got people to think more complexly about how power functions. I think that's one of the strengths of postmodernism, actually, is it got people to think more complexly about how power functions. Even though don't consider myself postmodernist, but I think you actually nailed it right there. I will give them credit for that. I think that was on point. So I think this is like a Russian or a Greek name. I don't know. I'm an ignorant American, but I think you've told me before that said platformism. I think that just literally means platformism in that language. It's Greek, isn't it? It's Greek. Yeah. Should anarchists support higher taxes on the rich as long as capitalism and the government exists? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Also, I should note, people are talking about the Discord server. Just to recall, if I kind of trust you and know you, I'll give you a direct link to it. But in general, if you want access to the Discord server, you should just go become a patron for any amount. Like the smallest amount is $2 a month, and it just gives you automatic access to the Discord server. So if any of you want access to the community on the Anark Discord server, where we discuss all kinds of things like praxis and theory and current events, you should go become a patron. So platformism at first, so you said distributism is conservative ideology where there are many small businesses rather than large monopolies. Yeah, that's what it seemed like when I first started reading, but then it said that it seemed to favor cooperatives in the Wikipedia article. I mean, I don't know anything about it, so like I definitely don't have a horse in this race, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen somebody who was like fascist coded with the name distributism in their bio. So I'm kind of inclined to believe what you're saying might be true, but the Wikipedia article doesn't seem to be saying that. So I don't know. Oh, it's not Greek. It's Ukrainian. Okay. Sorry. So people talking about the White Panthers being a thing, I guess. I don't know. It just seems, yeah, I've already said, I think why that bothers me, or it gives me very suspect vibes. I'm getting fashy vibes out of White Panthers, but I mean, they're saying, the Black Panthers were trying to promote it, I guess, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good idea to create an ethnic group for ethnic majorities. It'd be like creating an ethnically Han group in China or something. That would be very, very bad. Is distributism associated with Dorothy Day? Let's find out. Oh, yeah. Appearance appears to be. Yeah. She practiced something that's a form of distributism. It seems like it's like a Catholic mutualism is what it looks like. It seems like it's a Catholic mutualism as far as I can see. Everybody dislikes the way Bookchin writes. I love the way Bookchin writes. Everybody's always talking shit on his writing style. I think it's very eloquent. Hi, Panos Roussos. Welcome back. Cy Maurice says mutualism, but it brought back Proudhon's hatred of women and minorities. Wow. Okay. Clearly, I have no idea what's going on. Y'all know something I do not about this. I just skimmed the Wikipedia article. Jandra Peach says, on the intersection between anarchism and psychedelics, are you a fan of Terence McKenna? Not really. No, I'm a physicalist. I don't really believe in any spirituality or spirits or any sort of supernatural stuff. I don't really believe in any of that. So most of what Terence McKenna says to me kind of seems like snake oil, but some of it is just, philosophical, discussions of things and like Buddhism and Taoism and Hinduism and so on. That stuff can be interesting, but in general, not a huge fan of Terrence McKenna. Seems like he's kind of like misinforming people about how the universe works at times. Endeavor Zay says, have you ever read Marx's Capital? Yes, when I was younger. When I was like in my early 20s, I read it. However, I don't remember enough details to really, for that to be meaningful. You know, like I really do at this point need to reread it. Like that's kind of where I'm at this point. One on says, Catholic mutualism sounds to me like regular mutualism, but with guilt. Yeah, that makes sense. Cy Marie says, which of Bookchin's works, other than The Ecology of Freedom, would you say has been most informative to you? You know, the one that really first got me on a Bookchin kick was actually Ecology and Revolutionary Thought, which is like a really short essay, but I find that it's one of the best sort of summaries that a person can read to understand where Bookchin's coming from. I really enjoyed how he understood the history of revolutionary activity as always being related to the growth of a particular scientific field. And then he's basically like, and where we're at, that field is ecology. And I think that he's onto something with that. That made a lot of sense to me. It communicated to me like very, very viscerally when I first read it. So I think I recommend that to a lot of people at this point. Ecology and Revolutionary Thought. The philosophy of social ecology was also really interesting. I didn't finish it, but what I read of it, I was like really, really keyed in. Like I said, I actually like Bookchin's style of writing, even when it is very kind of obscure. I still really enjoy it. So I liked what I was reading of the philosophy of social ecology. That one definitely communicated to me. Yeah, I think those are the big ones. You know, I've read other stuff, but those are the ones that I have memories about reading. Hassan Khan says, thoughts on the CIPO RFM? Give me just a sec. I'm trying to remember if that's the one I'm thinking about. There was like one that I did research into where it sounded like it should be horizontal, but then it ended up being based in Leninism. It was super weird. Is that the one I'm thinking of? I think no, it wasn't. No, that was a different one. No, that was, God, what was that called? Los Panchos. That was called Los Panchos. I have not actually researched the CIPO RFM enough to have any opinions about it. It's like on my list of stuff that I do intend to cover in Liberation and Action. In fact, I'll share the spreadsheet to everyone here. Yeah, if everybody wants to see, I have this spreadsheet where I essentially have all of the projects I intend on discussing in Liberation and Action. So there it is in the chat. Get Off My Ark says, I've heard that Bookchin has had some Zionist sympathies in his earlier writings. Any thoughts on that? Yeah, I mean, the article he wrote about the struggle between the Jews and the Palestinians was pretty shit, to be honest. Like, I don't really have any defense for it. It was just not good. Like, it's straight up. I don't have much else to say about it. I just don't like. It's a bad article and sort of a stain on his reputation. Lauren Miller says, even though it's not anarchist or libertarian socialist, would you ever consider doing an episode on direct democracy in Switzerland or Liechtenstein? I'd consider it, but I don't know. It's kind of sketch because, as I understand that's all like part of their state structure. So it isn't really a horizontal power structure. So I'd have to read more about it to really come to an agreement or come to an understanding. Cy Maurice, killing it as usual. He says, a poor understanding of anti-colonial struggles is Bookchin's single most glaring weakness. Drives me up the wall at times. Social ecology needed Caudalie and Öcalan. No doubt. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, Bookchin still had blind spots, and he was definitely improved by contributions after he died. Or I guess even while he was still alive, given Öcalan. Jacob says, do you have any book recommendations that give anarchist views on queer theory? Yeah, no, I made a reading list, and part of the reading list is Queer Anarchism. You should go read it. You should go watch the videos where I discuss some of those, and then maybe that'll help you decide which of those you might want to read. However, the big ones that I would recommend is Queering Anarchism, which is a big compendium of different pieces. Queer Social Anarchism, written by Elisha Moon Williams, and then also Queers with Guns is pretty good too, also by Elisha Moon Williams. Alex Pereira's alt says, thoughts on crime think and the post-left anarchists? Is there really a chasm between the social and individual, as Bookchin claims? Yeah, I have respect for crime think. I appreciate that they're still around, but most of the pieces they publish are really not my tradition of anarchism. Post-leftist anarchism mostly just annoys me. They often have good critiques, but they seem to not really have a good critique of the left, or rather of leftism as a concept. They have good critiques of things that leftists do, but as far as I'm concerned, they're leftists. Is there really a chasm between the social and the individual? I mean, there is if individualist anarchists cannot recognize certain key, if they cannot accept certain key features that have to be accepted for us to do any sort of collective struggle, then yeah, there is a chasm. Bookchin is precisely right. And that's led to real historical splits. People who pretend that there's not a difference between individualist and social anarchism are people that have either A, not read enough anarchism, or B, have not read enough of the history of anarchism. These have been real splits that have both existed in theory and in practice in a variety of places across the planet many times throughout history. This is not new. Nobody's like making this new thing up. It's real. It's a fact. And Bookchin's essay is just addressing a lot of what he thinks are lifestylist trends of the individualist school of anarchism, especially during the time he was alive, where it was just like rampant, so even worse than it is today. So yeah, no, the split is absolutely real. However, the split I do not believe is unbridgeable. It is bridgeable under the conditions that individualist anarchists recognize that is when they're within their own self-interest to carry out self-sacrificial collective struggle. Insofar as they can recognize that their individual interest is tied up with social interest, then yeah, we can totally work together. That we can bridge that chasm. But insofar as that they are obsessed with only their individual self-interest, then yeah, that is an unbridgeable chasm. We're just not going to be effective working together. That is lifestylism. That's just seeking to create a radical aesthetic rather than anything that could really change society, and definitely nothing that could ever threaten real power structures. Hey, Parallax. Good morning. 4 a.m. Are you still up from the previous night or just waking up? Oh yeah, I also read a little bit of Urbanization Without Cities. We started a reading group on it, but never finished it. I liked what he said about the citizen. I think that unfortunately the language of the citizen is like, I don't know if that's ever catching on among libertarian socialists or anarchists. That word citizen is too tied up with statecraft, unfortunately. But the ideas are very interesting. You know, I like what he's getting across with that. Morgan Jones says, are individualist anarchists closer to right-wing libertarians? No. I definitely don't make that critique. I think that's not correct. I've seen some people say that, but I don't think that that's correct. There is some overlap, but I think that it's unfair to characterize them that way. Stanley T says, should being a landlord be a crime, although not jailable? I mean, I like the radicalism of this question. I would say in an anarchist society, yeah, being a landlord would be a crime because that'd be private property and be absentee, a rentier relation. But like in this society, good luck. I mean, the principle at the base of landlordism is the same principle at the base of capitalism. So while capitalism persists, landlordism will persist. Confused Lefty says, like dialectical materialism and historical materialism are the philosophical foundations of Marxism. What are anarchism's foundations? You know, I would say anarchism is pluralist in that sense, insofar as what are the philosophical foundations of anarchism. But I would say that the majority of anarchists are actually just like historical materialists in that sense. I mean, Bakunin even famously says that if what the Marxists mean by historical materialism and materialism more broadly is you know, what the Marxists claim, then the anarchists are historical materialists. However, I think that what actually persists a lot more is the scientific method, really like using the conceptualization and methodology of science, understanding experimentation, comparison of models, prediction and correction. Those things are kind of the unspoken principles underneath a lot of anarchism. And I really try to bring that out in my own work. So I guess maybe rationalism of a sense, rationalism plus empiricism. Those are really kind of like broader conceptualizations, but maybe empiricism more than anything, to be honest. So a few people here are like asking about like, what will an anarchist society do about this? What will an anarchist society do about that? For the few of you who are asking those questions, you should just go watch my video after the revolution, which was really just me mapping out kind of the theoretical structure for a post-revolutionary anarchist society. Slower Panther says, hey, Daniel, I have a question. With everything going on in Palestine under global anarchy, how do you think genocide and ethnic cleansing would be prevented? Intervention, like military intervention, just to stop the genocide. You know, like you just have like mass confederations of militias stop the ethnic cleansing if we had a global anarchy. Larger the genocide taking place, the larger the confederation of militias would be. Maximus says, do you think Max Stirner was similar to Ayn Rand? He believed in egoism and was against collectivism. No, I do not think Stirner was like Ayn Rand. Stirner had I think Ayn Rand is closer to like we might call a psychological egoist. Ayn Rand thinks that everything we do is in our own self-interest. Whereas Max Stirner is what you might call a rational egoist or a philosophical egoist. He basically thinks that we should act in our own self-interest, but that not everything we do is necessarily in our own self-interest. So he believes in what might be called like duped egoism, which is like believing you're acting in your own self-interest, but not acting in your own self-interest. And so then with that conception, I think Max Stirner would consider Ayn Rand a duped egoist, that she thinks she's acting in her own interest, but she's actually acting in the interest of a bunch of abstract concepts like capitalism and freedom and blah, 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 blah. Stirner would just reject all of Ayn Rand's arguments, especially Ayn Rand's usage of the name objectivism, which Stirner would just absolutely ruthlessly lambast her for. Yes, as Cy Marie says, Ayn Rand was way too much of a moralist for Stirner. I think that's one of the aspects for sure. Confused Lefty says, but anarchists pre-USSR and Maoist China didn't know about the state socialism's failures. So do you still consider them empiricists? Yeah, absolutely. Because what they were doing at that point was laying out a hypothesis, right? They were like, cool, okay, I have a well-structured political theory. My political theory predicts that in your experiments, this is what will happen. However, they didn't act with absolute confidence that was the case. So that's why a lot of anarchists took place in those state socialist revolutions nonetheless. However, the theory of anarchism, the political theory of anarchism, was utterly vindicated in those state socialist examples. So I would say then what anarchism is a persisting methodological success. It's a political theory which has seen experimental verification and therefore continues to be empiricist in that sense. So a skilled Marie Guard says, I watched the After the Revolution video and didn't really understand how money would work. Would the local councils decide people's pay? Well, I guess those are kind of two different questions. You know, how would money work? Would just like be like, where would money come from? And I suppose that's an open question. You know, like there's just answers that have been given in a variety of circumstances. I couldn't tell you exactly how money would be coined, but in the CNTFAI, they coined like 3 different kinds of money even. One that was like a consumer currency, one that was for investment, one was basically labor vouchers. But I don't know. I don't really lay that out in the video. You know, that's something that I don't know if I know enough about economics to feel qualified to answer that question even. But as for the second part, would the local councils decide people's pay? Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty safe way to go. If not the local councils, then the workers, their workplaces would determine it. And then the councils could be a check on the workplaces, and the regions a check on the councils, and so on. Alex Pereira's alt says, do you think a no-state solution would be the best way forward for Palestine and Israel? And how would anarchism approach cultural conflicts? Not implying that this is what is going on in Palestine. The truth is probably what would be the best solution for Israel is like democratic confederalism. Pretty much just like democratic confederalism. That would be the best solution for Palestine and Israel at this point. Essentially do a one non-state solution, right? Or if you consider democratic confederalism as having like a mini state or whatever, perhaps that would be how you'd see it. But yeah, like creating a ethnically and religiously pluralist society, and having a secular democratic government where decisions are made from the bottom up, and councils of different ethnic groups are given intervention and veto on measures which might be harmful to their ethnic populations. There would be a coalition constitution that would be created, a new social contract based on these principles. That would be the best thing to happen in that area. Would be essentially a copy of democratic confederalism for the conditions of Jewish and Palestinian people. However, that is incredibly unlikely. Incredibly unlikely. I mean, we're just like fully hypothesizing off in a realm of ideas at this point. Platformist says, money, isn't communism moneyless? Yeah, but the video that after the revolution is not a model of communism. After the revolution is the model of like a transitionary society. After you've overthrown the state and capital in your area and you have autonomous control over a region, it'd be like, how do you run a mixed economy, a mixed economy that is decentrally planned in some occasions and has decommodified certain assets, while at the same time having a sort of a cooperative market economy at the same time. So that's what I'm talking about after the revolution. Tequila Sunrise says, do you think that anarchist or libertarian socialist revolutions will happen in the global south first? Yeah, I mean, that's what all of our indications are. All of our indications are that is that these more radical horizontalist structures will be built in, I mean, to be really specific, Central and South America. I mean, damn, they're really getting at it there in Central and South America. So many examples that are in this Liberation in Action series are from Central and South America. So I think that we see a lot of radicalism there. I think a big part of it is just that a lot of the people living there still remember previous modes of social organization before capitalism. And so they still know how to build citizens' councils and popular assemblies and all kinds of stuff like that. So I think that it is very likely that that is the case. However, I am not a third worldist insofar as that I think that it is our responsibility to build horizontal power structures everywhere. We don't get to just be like, well, the global south will do the work. All I have to do here in the first world is sit back and wait. It's like, no, you have to act. You have to begin making things here within our conditions, because we need these horizontal power structures everywhere in every region on Earth that they're going to be necessary. So. Maximus says, do you support Medicare for all? If so, does that go against anarchism because it comes from the state? I support Medicare for all because we live in a state society and I can't just snap my fingers and turn off the state. So insofar as we live in a state society, the state should provide as many social programs as conceivably possible to help the people. Like, you should want for the state and capital to provide as many concessions to the people as conceivably possible as to improve people's conditions. So yeah, I mean, like, we need Medicare for all because people need health care. You know, the alternative is for private entities to offer it, and we can see that they're garbage at it. So that doesn't help. And we can ourselves present or create the alternatives. And I would say that would be the superior option is, creating like hospitals through our own prefigurative horizontal processes. But like, insofar as that's not happening, Medicare for all is needed. Feel free. I mean, like, I'm not discouraging you from creating these entities, though. That would seem like that would probably be extremely effective in the United States, given how resistant that our state is to giving us healthcare services. In a general sense, what I've found is some of the most successful examples of horizontal power structures. What they did is they just essentially said, let's get everybody together and provide those services that the state and capital aren't providing us. So here in the United States, it could be incredibly powerful if you could get together coalitions of medical professionals of various kinds to provide those services to the people. That could be amazingly powerful. Could either pressure the state to provide those services because it makes them feel threatened, or they don't. And then therefore we have a permanent horizontal power structure which provides those services to people. Cy Maurice, maybe you just need to snap harder, bro. Yeah, there we go. Fix the problem in the Israel-Palestine conflict by going, just do democratic confederalism. And they're like, oh shit, I wish somebody had said something earlier. We did this whole genocide thing for decades. Yeah, not how it works, unfortunately. Hugh Ferguson says, please research the origin of first world terminology. As a person from a developing nation, I really dislike the term third world. Yeah, there in that context, third worldism is the name of a tendency. I think it was originally a Maoist tendency. Concept of third worldism was that revolutions would develop in the third world, not in the first world. So it was pro third world, that, third worldism, as they call it, is pro third world. But sure. I've heard people also have objections to the phrase developing nations. But yeah, I'm open to using whatever terminology on that. Lauren Miller, who knows? Maybe some Palestinians will get inspired by ANES. Nothing is impossible. Yeah, no, that would be a great thing to happen. It'd be great if there could be a Democratic Confederalist contingent among the Palestinian people. Could make a huge difference, actually. Cy Maurice says, would you agree that the idea that one of the good things about cooperative institutions is that they're resistant to the sort of co-optation done to stuff like the Panther breakfast programs? Well, I don't think that they are necessarily that much more resistant. I think in some ways they are, but I think that in other ways they're not, because at the end of the day, you create these cooperative institutions which provide the service, and the state could simply just provide that service, right? That's just something they could choose to do. And when they do, it's going to make it really hard for your cooperative institutions to continue providing that service. A lot of people are just going to go to the state service instead. I mean, unless you provide something that state service does not, superior service, or people they have high investment in it because it is more cooperative. That's possible. They have a say in how things function. Yeah, it could be. It could be. But also on another hand, I think it could be destroyed just as easily by the state just saying, yeah, we'll do that. So I don't know. That's a tricky thing to do. That's actually what's happening in Bolivia right now with Fejuve and Mas. Confused Lefty says, how would an anarchist society spread its ideas? It's inherently anti-imperialist, so how can you spread it without being coercive? Well, I just want to note that I don't think I'll say anarchism is anti-imperialist, but I don't know if it's anti-expansionist, which I know might really set off some alarms for people in my audience, might get some red flags out of that. But think about this. Anarchism is always trying to seed its ideas into more and more places in society. It's trying to establish horizontal power structures everywhere where they are not, right? So in that capacity, anarchism is expansionist. Anarchism is always trying to expand the bounds of horizontal power structures. The power structures are trying to get bigger. They're trying to subsume more territory. They're trying to seed new horizontal power structures in those hierarchical territories. So in that sense, I actually do see autonomous regions as having an inherent interest in expanding. And I think you can see this with the Zapatistas, for example. The Zapatistas created a bunch of new councils at their bounds in places which are not in their autonomous territories. And this took place a little while back. But they created 12 new autonomous councils before their restructuring in places that had not previously been controlled by the Zapatistas. And in that sense, that's expansionist. They're expanding into enemy territory, but it's not imperialist insofar as that imperialism is about empire building. It's about monopolization and concentration and internalization of power. It's about taking resources external to yourself and bringing them inside, and in order to benefit the expansion of an imperial form, which is generally much more hierarchical by nature. So I don't really see it as being analogous to imperialism, but don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibilities that horizontal structures could do empire building, but it would be an act of backsliding. I would see that as being them becoming less horizontal in the process, and therefore this would be a form of megamechanical recolonization, as I call it in my work. That would be megamechanical recolonization. Was the USSR imperialist? Absolutely. Like, that's just indisputable. The USSR was constantly expanding its borders, constantly internalizing power. It was a hierarchical power structure. It got into lots of border conflicts where it exerted force and threatened to exert force with violence. In fact, USSR was so imperialist, it almost got into an open military conflict with China at its border. Yeah, no, I mean, there were even anti-imperial resistance against the USSR expanding into certain areas. So Knowledge and Defense says, is it fair to consider free social programs like free healthcare a form of decommodification? Also, could and should Rojava and the EZLN try to manage their economy like the C&T FAI did? There are aspects of decommodification in these free social programs, but they are not full decommodification because they still function on a market and they're still like interacting with the market, and they still determine, profit margins when they sell their services to the government and so on. So there's not full decommodification. It's more like state capitalism. Could and should Rojava and the EZLN try to manage their economy like the C&T FAI did? I would say the EZLN is doing something really close to what the C&T FAI did, actually. Very, very close. In fact, they just moved even closer to what the C&T FAI did. They have like the two sectors. They have the decommodified sector and they have no land ownership. That's what the C&T FAI did. And the decommodified sector is the agricultural sector, just like the C&T FAI. And the mutualist sector, or the market cooperative sector, is mostly luxuries and goods that appeal to people in urban areas, just like the C&T FAI. The C&T FAI did also have some direct distribution of the military aspect, construction of military things. But even that was managed by the cooperatives, to my understanding. So yeah, no, it's EZLN is moving closer to what C&T FAI is doing every year. Rojava doesn't seem like it's going that direction. I'm not really sure what to expect out of Rojava. Rojava is slowly expanding its cooperative sector, but it has a pretty big private sector there in Rojava, bigger than I actually expected when I began researching for this last video. Not nearly as much decommodification as one might expect. So it's kind of hard to judge, but also I wasn't able to find like a really, really solid source on the economics of current Rojava. I was able to find some sources that said 3/4 of the land is communalized, which is significant. But the land being communalized doesn't mean that people aren't running private businesses on the communalized land. So it's complicated. I'd be very open to talk with somebody who has more expertise than me on Rojava about what the specifics of their economy is and the size of their cooperative economy. Johnny the Commie says, that's not the Marxist definition of imperialism. Imperialism is capitalism in its monopoly stage. Yeah, I mean, that's just an incorrect definition of imperialism. That's the reason I'm not using it. Like, Marxists have this weird tendency to try to redefine words so that they're not engaging in bad things. They think they can just redefine bad things out of existence through definition. I like Lenin's analysis of capitalist imperialism, but the redefinition of imperialism to be capitalism in its monopoly stage is completely ahistoric and useless as a broader understanding of imperialism as a force. Imperialism far predates capitalism by thousands of years. Thousands of years of imperialism took place before capitalism even existed, before even the first prefigurative structures of capitalism had been put in place. There had already been thousands of years of imperialism. So that definition is useless in my opinion. Yeah, Slower Panther points out it's not even Marx's, it's Lenin's. And yeah, I mean, Lenin just like diverges so much from Marx that we always have to be clear that when we're talking about Lenin, we're not talking about Marx. Lenin was not very faithful to Marx. Slower Panther, who is the worst anarchist thinker in your opinion? I don't know, Hakeem Bey? Dude like wrote an article defending pedophilia or something. Kick dude out. Anarchist card revoked. Yeah, Hakeem Bey. Garbage. Cy Maurice, what do you think it will take to move the left beyond the politics of protest? It's going to take people doing things beyond, I know that sounds like a ridiculous answer, but it's going to take people building things outside the politics of protest. It's going to require people building prefigurative dual power structures and sticking at it for a long time so that after a while, people will be able to look at it and go, oh, well, shit, that seems very successful. I've been protesting for 30 years and nothing happened, but they're like over here creating new forms of society. They're like creating, you know, new power structures, and they're like better off for it, you know? And then that slowly catches on. But also, you know, we're going to have to spread the theory that helps people understand the alternative. Like, we're going to actually have to educate people about other ways of doing things. Because right now, if you come to people and you tell them, like, you know, protest cycles don't do anything, like, to them, that reads like very doomer, like you just think nothing can be done. And then when you tell them, no, what you need to do is start building alternative power structures. And they're like, well, what does that require? And you start telling them the answers like, oh, well, you're going to have to like acquire land and get money and invest it into cooperatives and construct general assemblies and popular assemblies of the people within their localities. Like, that just sounds 50 times harder than them going out to a protest like twice a month, right? And so we're going to have to create these bodies so that when people finally burn out of the protest cycle, they finally have somewhere to go where they can actually do something that matters afterwards. And eventually, I hope there would be enough people who had gone through that process that people just stopped going to the protest cycle first and began first being exposed to radical leftist and anarchist and, you know, horizontal politics more broadly through those horizontal power structures, those dual power structures, rather than the protest cycle. And in that case, then the protest cycle might actually become meaningful, because in all of those horizontal power structures together can kind of like marshal their power together along with the protests in order to create leverage. And that's what we've seen historically has been highly successful. Hi, Kitty. Why don't I stream on Twitch instead of YouTube? Because I do not have almost 30,000 followers on Twitch, but I do have them on YouTube. I do not want to start from scratch building a new platform. Yeah, Cy Maurice, I'm glad that you're pleased with that answer, because that's, as far as I can see, that's what has to be done. And it has to be done all over the place so that nobody has an excuse like, oh, it can't be done in my context, or like, oh, things are just like uniquely different here. And it's like, it doesn't matter. This works everywhere because this is the basis of creating an alternative revolutionary structure that can actually transform conditions in society. So I think until we create a variety of those bodies, then we're going to be in a situation where people first filter into the protest cycle and then they burn out and there's no alternative. So they just like go become a middle manager or some shit. Random Bird Boy. I don't know what Restream is. But maybe, I guess, given what you're telling me. I could stream on multiple platforms, I guess. Oh, kitty. Kitty. Aww. Knowledge and Defense asks, how much of the Zapatistas are decommodified, roughly, percentage-wise? That we don't know. We don't have good enough studies to answer a question like that. But my understanding is all their agricultural production by default is first distributed in a decommodified fashion straight to the people. Then whatever has not been distributed, then they sell that. So it literally, whatever is needed to feed their people is fully decommodified, and whatever is surplus from that is commodified. Could the EZLN eventually destroy the Mexican state in the far future? Yeah. Theoretically, I suppose, if they keep building and resisting incursion, and they really need to build up their militant capabilities. Yeah. I think that's in the far future, but it's real. It's real. Alex Pereira's alt says, given a unity of means and ends, wouldn't the logical conclusion of this theory be anarcho-pacifism, as peaceful ends could never be brought about by violent means? Necessity can justify anything. Well, the thing is that I'm not against self-defense. So I see that as being consistent means and ends. I don't believe in a society where there will ever not be self-defense. I believe that in any society, we will always have the right to self-defense under all conditions, including some ideal utopian society of the future. So given that I see revolution as an act of mass self-defense, I don't see it as inconsistent. I see it as consistent with the sort of world that we want to create. And in fact, I think it has to persist indefinitely into the future, insofar as that hierarchical power structures try to rise within our midst. Horizontal power structures also have the right of violent self-defense against those hierarchical power structures. So to me, that's fully consistent. Means and ends, completely consistent. I'll look into Restream. I'll at least open the tab so that I have it. I can go look it up later. Cool. Thanks for telling me about that. Maybe I'll use it. Slower Panther says they need to spread their ideology to other Mexicans too. Yeah, I would agree with that. They probably need to have more connection in the city centers. Joseph Stalin says, question, if the state and the government are not the same thing, then isn't anarchism just decentralized horizontal government? I actually think that that's an okay way to think about it. But whether the state and the government are the same thing is really flexible depending on the theorist. Different theorists would say that the government and the state are the same thing, and some would say that no, they're separate. Some anarchists I've even heard said that no, they're different, but we oppose both. But for my own conception, I think that government is separate from the state, and that there is a conception of self-government which is horizontal, and I would say I would concede is a form of horizontal government, and that would just be my perspective. But different people conceive of government as being fundamentally hierarchical, that if it weren't hierarchical, then it's not government. That's fine. I'm not really strict on the use of this word government. I think that it mostly acts as a way to confuse people in these discussions. So if you were to want to call anarchic systems a form of horizontal governance, I would just a decentral horizontal government is what you called it. I'd be fine to concede to that definition. That doesn't bother me personally, but other anarchists would have a fit if you said that. Yeah, as Cy Marie says, that's pretty much exactly what Bookchin says. So like, yeah, I mean, like that's Bookchin's perspective, and I'm fine with that perspective. It doesn't really bother me at all. In fact, that was pretty much what that was the conclusion I came to after like studying quite a bit a while back. You know, like when I first started learning theory, I was like, how is this not like just self-governance, like horizontal self-governance? And I still think that's a perfectly acceptable line to have. But it will confuse people probably, because a lot of anarchists in their theory are using state and government to be synonymous. And so then it will make people a little confused when they go back and read that theory, but I don't think it's a huge deal. I think it helps with clarity, honestly, with helping people understand. Alex Pereira's alt says, do you think debates about anarchy are worthwhile? It feels like people have such a quasi-religious belief in hierarchical realism that logical argumentation is rendered useless. Not at that scale. You're not going to probably be able to talk to somebody about anarchy who is still thoroughly steeped in hierarchical realism. First, you're going to have to work through their hierarchical realism. You're going to kind of have to dismantle the justifying beliefs that they have for why hierarchy is necessary. Then after you've started to kind of degrade that and pull that apart, then you could probably start having more coherent conversations with them about anarchy or the lack of hierarchy, as it might be. Talk to them in the conditions of horizontalism. Outersider says, since cults of personality predate hierarchy, what is your ideal way to prevent it? I actually think that anarchism is the system that is basically custom created to prevent the empowerment of cults of personality. And that sounds really weird because that's usually people's main criticism of flat systems, is that they are very susceptible to infiltrators and hierarchical figures. But actually, they're literally the least susceptible to those things. And let me explain, because I'm sure that sounds very counterintuitive to a lot of people. Hierarchical systems are systems which are pre-constructed with a seat of hierarchical power in place. So people that develop cults of personality then simply have to jump into that pre-made driver's seat, and now they have all the power in the world. It's just pre-created for them. It was custom created ahead of time for them to be able to co-opt and then do enormous damage. However, in a flat system, in a horizontal system, under anarchism, they have to start from scratch. If they want a position of absolute tyrannous authority, they have to convince everyone in society. They can't just like convince a small plurality of people to vote them in. They have to convince like everyone. Everyone has to give away their power little by little. They have to convince their local council, then the federation of local councils, then the federation of the federation of local councils, and then the federation of the federation of the federation of local councils, and so on, like bigger and bigger and bigger. And that is thousands of times harder than just getting elected into a position of representative authority, which is custom created before you've ever even arrived to give you the power of a tyrant. So in fact, hierarchical systems are the ones that are most susceptible to cults of personality, quite the opposite of what they like to claim of their opposition. Confused Lefty says, but can we use a charismatic orator to sway masses to anarchism? I suspect we're always going to be in the process of doing that. I suspect that charismatic people are always going to be in the process of trying to convince other people to their political perspectives. You know, like, I don't know how charismatic I really am, but that's part of what I'm doing here, right? Like, I'm trying to convince people to anarchism by arguing for anarchism. I'm trying to use charisma and my education and my intelligence to convince people to hold anarchistic views. So I certainly don't oppose such a thing. And I don't think it's actually a problem either. I think more people need to be trying to do the very same thing. So yeah, that's my perspective on it. Some authoritarians bring up Makhno as a counterexample. What would you say about this? Makhno wasn't a counterexample. Makhno was only serving as the head of the military. He didn't like have dictatorial power. Everywhere where the Black Army claimed, they actually just told the people, now you govern yourselves, and put very little structure in place. In fact, I think that was the main mistake of the Black Army, was that everywhere they claimed, they just assumed that the people would just like figure it out on their own. They'd just go in and they'd oust the White Army and they'd be like, all right, do what you will, and then keep on going. I think that was a failure personally. I think that what they should have done when they went in there is established like formal horizontal organizational bodies, you know, municipal councils and so on to help govern that place, you know, just basically have had a constitution on hand. Now I know literacy rates were very low, but I think you get what I'm saying, right? You know, some sort of organizational structure that they could have just handed to the people as they went through. So no, actually, I would say quite the opposite. Makhno is an example to the contrary. Makhno did not concentrate an enormous amount of power. He did not become a tyrant. He was certainly not a dictator in a political sense. He was a military leader, which is, you know, a good thing overall. Panos Roussis says, the state government confusion is the only critique I have of Malatesta and, well, some stuff on the program. Every time he used government as state, that was just really confusing for my start on anarchism. Yo, same though. I remember Anarchy was an early text that I read. Like I read when I was like, you know, really putting the pieces together and trying to understand. And I was equally confused by him saying the state and government were the same thing. Because for me, I mean, I've already said this, but you know, that just didn't seem like it was necessarily the case. You know, it just seemed to me like government was just everybody coming together and making decisions about the administration of society. That's just the way it seemed, right? And then I was like, well, why should government be the enemy? And at first I was like, I thought that meant Malatesta was like anti-organizationalist. Like that's what I thought. I really did. I thought that's what he meant. But then the more I read, I was like, whoa, well, no, he's clearly not an anti-organizationalist. You know, you read further into Anarchy and you're like, oh no, he's an organizationalist. He just uses government in a way that I don't use it. So yeah, no, I think that too. I actually do. And I've actually told people that before they read Anarchy. I'm like, listen, the way he uses government may not really make sense to you, but just understand this is what he means, and usually helps. But Grim, do you have some good public speaking tips? Well, the sad truth is you're just gonna have to do it over and over and over and over and over until it becomes so normalized that you don't have any like sort of nervous feelings anymore. You know, you've heard all of the classics, like imagine you're talking to an empty room, you know, that kind of stuff can help. But I would say that there are some things you can just focus on doing that will just make you better at it. One is not saying, you know, like all of those filler words, they're useless. They don't do anything. they make people actually trust you less. I'm pretty sure there have been studies that have been done that demonstrate that when you use all those filler words, people slowly are losing respect for your expertise every time you do it. The more you do it, the more they think you don't know what you're talking about and you're stalling. I know it's impossible to completely take them out of your language, but you should take them out of your language as best as conceivably possible. In fact, one of the first things that I ever learned on that front is they say you are better off literally just letting it be silent than saying or you know. Like right there, you see how I said like? It would have been better if I'd said nothing, literally just been silent. So if you're in a position where you don't know what to say, it's better to say nothing and just think and then continue with your sentence than it is to say like, or any of those filler words. Several people are like, it's hard to avoid them. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. It is actually. It's actually pretty challenging to take those out of your language. In fact, when I'm editing my videos, it can sometimes be very challenging to take out all of my own ums and uhs and likes and you knows and all of that stuff. And it kind of gets frustrating. I get angry at myself. Mel says, doesn't Malatesta clarify what he means by government at the start of Anarchy, though? Yeah, he does. He does. People are still confused by it, though. It was confusing to me mostly because I was like, this is a weird definition. This is what you mean? But hypnosis, Anark literally is talking to an empty room. Yeah, that's pretty helpful. Pretty helpful, y'all. When I first started doing this, though, I did get kind of nervous recognizing that there were, you know, whatever, like dozens of you watching. And then I would think to myself, you know, I'd have second thoughts or, you know, what do you say? Second guess myself. I'd second guess myself. But the longer I've been doing this, the more I don't really feel that way. I don't think it's a big deal. I kind of just talk to y'all like I would talk to a room full of my friends, I think. Marxist-Leninist 1917. What are your views of the DSA? The DSA is basically a SOCDEM vanguard that is not doing a very good job being a SOCDEM vanguard. And there are, at this moment, a variety of caucuses who just want to steer it in a bunch of different directions, but they don't understand that if the DSA were steered in any of those directions, it would cease to be the DSA and would just basically implode. There's, you know, Trotskyists and Leninists and Maoists and libertarian socialists all within it who are trying to steer it in any of those given directions. But the DSA got as big as it did by being a democratic socialist organization, by being social democratic and associating itself with Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. As soon as it ceases to be that, it will cease being as big as it is. It's not going to just it's not going to take all of those numbers and popularity and then all at once become Trotskyist or some shit and be successful. That's not going to happen. DSA will only be successful upon the conditions that it remains democratic socialist / social democratic. And for that reason, that's why I don't really advocate anarchists get involved with it. I really don't think it has a whole lot of future in that sense. Cafe Azul says, what would be some good reads for someone just starting to try to understand anarchism? I actually made a reading list. You should go track it down in my channel. And the reading list has introductory text as the very first video. Hey, Rian, how you doing? So I need to end the stream here in the next 20-30 minutes. Stanley T says, have you read William Godwin yet? No, I have a lot of things to read right now. William Godwin is not very pertinent to me finishing part 4 of A Modern Anarchism. However, I might read him as I proceed into my next works. Nazor Tube says, why so many anarchists support the welfare state? What a contradiction. Because anarchists recognize the state doesn't go away until it's defeated. And in the meantime, it's good for the state to provide social services. Not contradiction at all. Like, insofar as bad guy continues to exist, bad guy should do good things for us until we can topple bad guy. Very straightforward. Liam Langoff says, any tips for autistic people like me who have a hard time connecting with other people and how I can have an impact? Currently just reading theory for all my free time. I think that reading theory is a great way to start. Autistic people have an uncanny ability to hyper-focus on things they're interested in. So if you're super interested in theory, you should dive in deep and really just, give yourself over to the special interest. I think that will be very enriching for you. That being said, in this process, constantly be in self-questioning, asking yourself how you might be able to do something impactful. It should also be said, if you want to convince people, autistic people are not incapable of connecting with other people and communicating things charismatically. It just takes practice. Everything takes practice. And I don't think any autistic person is incapable of developing those skills of understanding where other people are coming from and getting better at charismatic speaking. That's something you can just do over and over and over and get better at it. You absolutely can. However, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with you starting by reading a whole lot of theory. It's a good idea to read a lot of theory, become very, very knowledgeable. It's possible that what you'll end up being able to contribute best is writing theory, in which case you're not wasting time at all right now. Do you know what filk is? I do not know what filk is. I've never heard of that. So Platformist, I've seen you ask numerous times, how does anarchism deal with overpopulation or demographic crisis? But that's such a weird question to me because I don't think those are real problems. So I don't believe there's a problem with overpopulation or quote unquote demographic crises. I have no issue with demographics changing in any which way. Don't care. Don't care what demographic exists or what race or ethnicity anybody is. I don't care who the majority or minority of any given race is. That just is not relevant to me. Don't care. So I don't consider it a crisis. Overpopulation is mostly mythology. We're not overpopulated right now. We're just not utilizing our resources very well. So I don't really see either of those as problems. As John Doe says, overpopulation is a supply chain issue, not an actual issue itself. Is the cat tearing up the plant? Oh my gosh. The cats love tearing up that plant. Knowledge and Defense says, but what about using platformism / especifismo to red and black pill the DSA? Good luck. I doubt that's going to work. I don't think that doing social insertion in the DSA is usually a very good idea. The DSA is not going to change its direction. You're not going to steer the DSA in a different direction. The DSA is an electoralist organization. Yes, it's different in different places, but pretty much everywhere. Taxes are theft for true anarchists. Uh-oh. ANCAP wandered in here. Anarcho-capitalism is not anarchism. Anarchists don't care about taxes because, honestly, the vast majority of what you lose to the capitalists. Anarchists look at taxes as mostly a non-problem because they actually generally go towards supporting social services that anarchists would support. And in fact, they're a fantastic form of class warfare against the capitalists. So anarchists should actually be in support of raising taxes enormously on the rich. So yeah, anarchists support raising the taxes on the rich and generally don't really care about taxes on the poor because most of those get redistributed into programs that benefit the poor. Don't get me wrong, they can be too high on the poor at times, but they can never be too high on the rich. Morgan Jones says, is it true fascism has its origins in anarcho-syndicalism with George Soros? No. Fascism does not have its origins in anarcho-syndicalism. However, many fascists were syndicalists, which is different. Syndicalism is just trade unionism. Anarcho-syndicalism is horizontal or anarchic trade unionism, which is also revolutionary. So anarcho-syndicalism is revolutionary anarchic trade unionism, which was not prominent in Italy. So, oh yeah, y'all got a meow right into the mic there. I should also note for anybody that's watching this video or is present in watching this live stream, just remember that when you put the tags as comments in response to the video, like when you go and you comment with like a timestamp of a place where I'm doing some good rant that you like, those almost always get used in order for me to make the clips that get clipped for Mondays. So those are super helpful for me, enormously helpful. I think almost every single clip that has ever been uploaded in that sense, somebody had put a timestamp for it in the comments. So y'all are helping me hugely. Vapid Space Cadet says, how do you feel about Gnosticism? I think it's super cool, but I don't believe it's real. I was super interested in Gnosticism when I was like a Christian when I was young. I was like leaving Christianity slowly by learning more about the world, learning more about religions. And I thought Gnosticism was super cool, but I never really believed it. I still find it very interesting. Lauren Miller, the point of Gnosticism is not for it to be believed in. I would disagree enormously. Literally, the name Gnosticism is about knowledge, and the idea is that it is like secret knowledge that only those who know and believe in the secret knowledge have the enlightened understanding of the religious context. So I don't understand what that would mean. Knowledge is true, justified belief. Knowledge is a form of it, of very justified belief. Looks like a Nazar tube has wandered into the wrong neighborhood and they haven't realized it yet. Maximus says, do you agree that fascism is capitalism in decay? I mean, yes, I think that's a very simple and superficial analysis that is very popular, but I think that it lacks most of the descriptive features necessary to understand how fascism actually functions. But I think it's accurate to say that, yes, that's what fascism generally comes from. It comes from capitalism that is failing to live up to its claims as a capitalist society. And as it degrades, fascism arises in order to maintain the form of the hierarchical power structure that dictates society. So fascism is a holding maneuver for the mega machine, as I say in my work. It's a way for fascism to recolonize all of the places where it is becoming slowly decolonized. Dude Ryan Dude says, true justified belief. Are you aware of the Gettier problem of that definition? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, any definition is going to have niche exceptions, but they're extremely niche. Extremely niche. They're not normal. Gettier problems are obscure issues. I don't know of a better definition, so I still think that's probably the best way to understand it. Right. Rayan Kesnan says, would you say fascism has been existing in the U.S. in the sense that certain groups have been treated in a way that would be classified as fascist if it was applied to the dominant society? I don't think that the answer to the first part is yes. Fascism has existed in the U.S. for some time. In fact, I think the U.S. is probably the originator of the fascist method, if I had to pin it down. But I don't think it's because certain groups are being mistreated. I think it's because the U.S. very well mirrors the methods and approaches of fascism, and it has for quite some time. The collusion of capital and the state has been taking place for a long time. We've had ultra-nationalist conceptions. We've had the palingenetic aspect as well, that the return to the previous conditions of things, the desire to go backwards towards a better time. That's always been there. The sort of worship of the founding fathers, worship of originating documents. That's all been very present for a long time. The sort of pan-militarist hero society where everybody is supposed to be like a cowboy who just guns down anybody who screws with them. This is all very conducive to fascism, and it's just so normalized in the United States and has been for so long that we can't really recognize how I think the U.S. has been fascist for decades. Confused lefty. I've seen someone say it's fascism is liberalism without all its contradictions. Do you agree? That's an interesting approach. I'll think on that. That might be true. Hypnosis. Oh my God, finally, that's what I've been saying about the US. Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. People have been disagreeing, but I've been saying it now for over a decade, and I still think it's true. Pikachu Band says, Anark, do you consider anarcho-capitalism to be a form of fascism, or does fascism require a state to exist? Well, I think it's kind of complicated because what they're asking for is not fascism, but what they're asking for will almost instantaneously become fascism. I think that's the reason why it's a little complicated to just say yes or no. I think that what they're asking for will quickly turn into sort of neo-feudalism, which feudalism and fascism are incredibly closely related, to the degree where fascist contingencies almost always have monarchist contingencies inside of them, because fascism wants so much to create the re-collusion of all hierarchical power structures. So in that sense, Anarcho-capitalism is a recipe for the reproduction of fascism, but the state that they're trying to describe, the society they're trying to describe, if it functioned as they said, that wouldn't be fascist. It would be horrifying. It would be terrible, but it wouldn't be fascist. The problem is that it would never even exist in their horrifying dystopian wet dream. That wouldn't even last. That would just quickly devolve into neo-feudalism, which would quickly become fascistic. So I've heard somebody kind of like describe it as being like decentralized fascism, which, yeah, that's probably mostly accurate. It's like decentralized fascism, which would quickly be defeated and turned into centralized fascism, which is to say fascism. Rayan Kesnon says, how often do you change your opinions or learn new ways of thinking? Just curious, since people always ask you for your infos or opinions. Somewhat regularly, probably more regularly than y'all expect, but on the most important issues, I've remained very consistent for quite some time now. In fact, the more study I've done, I've become more confident on those things. And that's because I've put together a lot of my beliefs by combining the scientific knowledge and historical knowledge and using anarchist theory in order to synthesize these things together and make sense of them. So then as I learn new information, it's very unlikely I'm going to be contradicted when I built my foundations on scientifically proven things, you know, structures that can be verified in reality. I think it was very helpful that I got a degree in physics because it taught me a more scientific methodological approach, where I'm not constantly in this place where I'm being disoriented and confused by new information. I have a very solid ideological base, which I would have to be convinced of things that are absolutely contrary to the reality I've learned about to ever not be an anarchist, essentially, because studying science and systems analysis and physics and how the universe actually really works has only led me to anarchism. Like, anarchism is the only thing that makes any sense when I understand the things I understand about the universe. So yes, however, I still do change my positions on things. You know, I once was a much more class reductionist, for example. When I began the channel, even, I was my rhetoric was much more focused around worker control and socialism and all of that. Instead, now I have a much more intersectional approach, more anti-hierarchy about the construction of horizontal power structures. That's one aspect of it. I've learned quite a bit. That's just the first one that comes to mind, but I've changed my opinion on things as I've proceeded forward. Matthias Baker asks, what's your favorite class to play in TTRPGs like D&D or Pathfinder? Historically, I used to play barbarians and monks, but it's been so long since I've played one of those tabletop games as a player or as a GM, honestly, that I haven't played in a long time at this point. It's been a while. Anyway, we're basically going to be wrapping it up here. Just want to emphasize, if you appreciate the work that I'm doing on this channel, you should go become a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com/anark, which is down in the description. And I just want to note that Patreon is the reason why I'm able to keep doing videos that we might all think are kind of important, even if they're not doing well in the algorithm. I don't have to like seek numbers and seek ads. I can actually work on the video essays and work on each of these individual pieces, knowing that I'm doing it because it's important, not because it makes me money. So if you go over to my Patreon, you can help me do that. You can help me continue to stay on task, continue producing works which are important, not just trying to focus on works that pay my bills. You allow me to pay my bills and do important work. That's what I guess I should say. So the next Liberation and Action video is going to be on FEJUVE, which is actually a federation of neighborhood councils in El Alto, Bolivia. It has like 114,000 members. Pretty badass. That's the next Liberation and Action video. The script for A Modern Anarchism Part 4 is now in final edits, and I am, I think, let's see, I am 32 or 30, like, yeah, 33 of 48 pages done with the final edits, which means that I am almost to the part of the process where I begin recording voiceover, and then I begin doing video recording and all that stuff. So that means we're only a few months away from A Modern Anarchism Part 4 being released. So get hyped about that. I'm pretty excited about it. But yeah, I think that's it for today. I really appreciate y'all joining me. This was a good one. I'll probably get at least a few clips out of this, right? And I got the opportunity to talk with everyone. So it was cool seeing you here. I appreciate you stopping by, and I'll see y'all next time.